go. Welcome everyone to VRML 1. I'm your host Jamie, here today with Lord Visceral. How's it going, Visceral?
It's going great. I'm excited.
Yeah, you and me both. We've got a fantastic matchup actually to start the day with. Dead Logic taking on Beginners, and if you caught us on the pre-show not long ago, we were giving out some thoughts and opinions on what we kind of expected, and yeah. So I think at the moment, Dead Logic probably the front runners in most people's minds, based on probably a few previous scores for themselves. Really, they've been doing so well to kind of push on and get through to where they are today. Visceral, what are you expecting to see from these sides?
I am expecting to see some very tactical gameplay, some careful and considered gameplay, especially from Beginners. That's what I've seen from them in the past. But as we know, these teams are very capable of adapting, and if they decide that careful and considered isn't the way to go and that they need to be aggressive, they are more than capable of putting on that show and making things happen.
Indeed, and let's just quickly go into the bans from these sides. So, Dead Logic have banned Downfall and Quarantine 1, both of those maps being some of the biggest ones, apart from Abandon, and definitely Beginners' favourites when it comes to their playstyle and how they like to take things, with Downfall and Quarantine being the kind of maps where, experience comes in, and just knowing where your team are at any given moment and how those pushes are going to come in. What bans have we seen from the beginner side?
Beginners chose to ban Subway and Suburbia. Looking at the history on Dead Logic, those are some of their preferred maps. They're the two most commonly played ones on here, and they've done well. So I think Beginners really did their homework and said, you know what, we're not going to play to their strengths. Let's get those out of the way and focus where we are the best.
And right, you are really there. Just a little bit of history on, say, Dead Logic. This team, they've had a few players, and a previous team, their players have actually joined Dead Logic in a little bit of a merger. So Subway was the obvious choice really for them. And whilst we are talking, the countdown has just gone, so I guess we'll just jump straight into the action.
We did get quick spawn from Dead Logic here. Beginners are going to have a fight on their hands almost immediately, as Dead Logic are just seconds away from spawn being able to see the Beginners here. That spawn has been identified. Pause able to pick up Navi and Lonewick, able to pick up Snow. A couple of great picks on Dead Logic. Snow is able to be revived, but they will have to get some picks of their own here. That said, George able to take out Lonwick. Paz gets the refrag there, bringing us down to a 2v4 here already. 3v1. Furious Daddy, the only one left for Dead Logic, with 3 Beginners up, and he's starting to get flanked here. Some utility comes out. It's not going to catch Furious at this point. But Paz is in an excellent position to get the refrag here, as Furious is not watching his back. Oh, but he misses the shots. Furious, now well aware of that position, has rotated off. He's looking for cover, but Rafe comes out in time to pick it up. And just 4 minutes left, and we are already done on one of the largest maps that we have here. That's what you can get when you get quick spawn on this objective.
Yeah, and some great commentary there. It was quite a lot to really be kind of trying to catch, and right you are. There was such a very quick spawn. Dead Logic, unfortunately, not able to kind of surround or move really far from spawn, and the Beginners able to, with the high ground, able to kind of just move around and slowly take them out as they move on. Kind of what we would probably expect to see from that kind of side, with that cohesion and the time they've played together. I'm wondering if we got a quick spawn now for Dead Logic, how do we think they would take it?
Oh, at this point, I mean, having just experienced a slaughter there, you got to know that Dead Logic is going to be ready for a quick spawn, but possibly hopeful that that beginners will get the quick spawn there because that just went in Volk's favor, and you can't really set up an offense there. It just becomes chaos, and so Dead Logic could be hoping the beginners get quick spawn here after what just happened.
No, it sounds like they can hear you talking there, Visceral, because they are going into the next round now, so let's crack on.
We got it. Beginners gotten the mirror spawn here, so we are going to see another quick spawn, quick action round. Be interesting to see how beginners adapt, knowing how well they just defended this spawn.
We are seeing some quick shots now from Pos, but this Dead Logic side being a little bit more conservative than what beginners were, and kind of being surrounded around or just in the objective room and not really wanting to move from there, which may work against them, as beginners now are going to be able to surround this building, and that's not really a position you want to find yourself in as Vault defenders.
Yeah, Dead Logic definitely taking a tighter defensive plan here. We do have Stray Jack having rotated all the way around, and will be coming in the first floor here opposite Furious. But with 4 Dead Logic up and guarding the interior, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We did just see a C4 blow, didn't get anybody.
The action coming straight in, though. Stray Jack's on the objective. Tablet is out. Snow's called him out. Snow, great defense there. Able to take out Stray Jack whilst he's capping. Smoils, now the remaining member of this beginner's offensive, able to take both players out as he pushes in. A fantastic rotation, really, and perfect timing from Smoils to be able to get in and take out the members of Dead Logic, readjusting.
Yeah, some excellent gameplay from beginners there to adapt to that spawn, and I think that Dead Logic played it a little safe there, and as you were saying partway through, it did not end up playing out well for them with that defense. They came out a little bit ahead on the initial push there, but then they almost got the cap. They almost got capped on there, and then Smoils able to just rotate in and get that double kill means that, I mean, somebody was not watching that angle. And when you have your two remaining members kind of both heading the same direction, watching the same angle, it just shows a lack of coordination that we don't really expect from teams of this tier. And I think Dead Logic going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that, heat of the moment play there, and just looking to rally back from that with a new objective here. This objective is more centrally located, so less likely to get that instant quick spawn situation, but there are some good sneaky places you can tap on this objective, so Dead Logic might be thinking, here's an opportunity for us to tap on beginners and tie this up.
Yeah, right you are. It is something that they're going to be wanting to try and do, but beginners, they're not a side you cap on very easily. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning to be able to catch them slipping.
Very true, very true.
Sounds like we're going into that all-important third round now. Beginners currently ahead 2 points to nothing. This is the first map of the round robin challenge.
For Dead Logic, it looks like we got about as quick of a spawn as you can get. They have spawned just on the opposite side of the apartments from beginners. I think we're going to see another fairly quick round of action here as Dead Logic has begun pushing across this east street. Pause will see Furious and now identify that spawn. It's going to give beginners a lot of excellent information, even though he wasn't able to pick up that kill. Snow rotating in to get some eyes on above. Meanwhile, 3 of Dead Logic have wrapped around the north. kind of opposite where Furious was just spotted, with all eyes on the south end of the tank courtyard here. This could play out very well for Dead Logic.
This is a very interesting approach. You know, beginners not really covering the north side or the northern approach. They've definitely found a gap here. It's just whether they're going to be able to capitalize on it, because as soon as those gunshots start coming out, beginners are going to adjust and they are going to be watching that angle. So you need to make your shots count.
Absolutely. And we are seeing a very, let's say, tight but spread out. We see 3 grouped up off of OBJ, but all on the same location in the west here. And then Paz and Smoils kind of both covering the east, but nobody actually on OBJ. Snow able to find Rafe with a very good long angle across the map here. Only downed, unfortunately, so it looks like Stray Jack is going to make the res up happen here.
Yeah, and that...
Snow's watching for it.
That would have been a
Does
crucial...
identify the revive, but they get into cover in time.
It definitely would have been a crucial pick onto Raffaello, ex-Globo Chem member. He again, he's got that experience and definitely want to take out early on.
Absolutely. In the south here, we do have Furious slowly making his way towards Paz's position. If he's slow enough, then Smoils will not be able to hear this approach. It'll be interesting to see if he expects Paz to be in this tight corner here. Snow able to down lawn way across the map here. Again with another long angle, but it looks like Stray Jack is going to come to the rescue again. Meanwhile, Navi is pushed up right next to this building here and is going to be hearing the call-outs, hearing this revive come out. About to get an excellent angle onto Rafe's position. An M203 comes up just short as they rotate off, but able to pick that up anyway. With a trade coming in from Stray Jack and Navi, that will bring us down to a 4v3 in Dead Logic's favor, but only 2 minutes left on the clock. Ooh, Georgia takes an attempt at Raffaello, but does not connect. Furious also taking an attempt, but dies to Pause, bringing us down from a 4v3 to a 1v3.
Very fast action there, and the Dead Logic approach slowly getting decimated, unfortunately, and yeah, all hopes now resting on Oaks, who his position isn't going to be known. He was pretty far back in the east, in the kind of Motelli area, and now slowly pushing in. Beginners aren't going to be prepared for this silent kind of play.
Just 1 minute left on the clock, though. He will have to make some moves, and he really only has Rafe to deal with because he can make it to the objective. That said, Smoils seems to be recognizing this and returning to the objective. That is going to make things doubly difficult for Oaks here. Looks like he's identified the sounds from Smoils, but Rafe is going to be looking down from above. It doesn't look like he saw him, but he's going to be in a great position to do so now. Misses the shots there, but he rotates off knowing that his position's been compromised, but only 25 seconds left. He's going to have to run.
Definitely got a
right
lot
into Smoils' fire that ends in a trade, and Beginners posting up a solid 3-0 lead to begin Abandoned here.
An excellent defense really from Beginners, even though it's quite spread out. Just able to cover the angles that they need to, and able to and rotating well. That's the key thing when it comes to this map, is just getting those rotations in when you need them, and that's what Beginners do so well. Well, Dead Logic now got a big mountain to climb, and maybe once they do get that first point, though, I think that's when they will start steamrolling and getting even more. And That's always the tough part of it, is bouncing back and getting that first point on the board.
Absolutely, but I mean, we've seen Dead Logic come out on top fighting beginners before, and so they are not out of the running yet. They are looking to come back here because a loss on the first map here is just going to set them back for the day, and they're here to win it all.
That they are, and just a quick look on the scores here. It's so even in terms of the players getting kills. There's, no one player is like so far ahead of the others, and that just shows how even these teams could be, even though the score's obviously not really reflecting it in terms of how they're playing. They are so similar.
Very true. And with that, we do head into round 4. The beginners getting a little bit of a farther away spawn, spawning in the far northeast. It's going to give Dead Logic a little bit more time to set up their defense here.
North of
but they will not know which direction the beginners are coming from. So that's going to be their first big hurdle, is determining, did they get mirror spawn? Did they spawn in the south? Did they spawn in the north?
The plan here, just listening to Smiles and Raffaello talk, they are going to go for a pretty aggressive push, which should be interesting to see.
Yeah, they are sitting very well with their 3-0 lead, and this objective is very cappable, with really only Oaks preventing a cap from the south here. They could be looking for an early 5-0 lead that would really set them apart in the score for the whole day, because when it comes down to it, while usually it's who won the most maps, sometimes it can come down to did you get more points in those wins than the other teams. And so a 5-0 lead would set them up well for any possible future tiebreakers. So the points do matter in the end here.
Pos is coming for such a long flank in comparison to the rest of his team that maybe he's going to be just getting a little bit of the oversight onto kind of what's going on, and potentially pick off members of Dead Logic as they try and rotate back into the objective.
Yeah, one thing with this being able to be capped from the south, if Paz is able to identify Oak's position and take him out, someone will have to rotate. You cannot leave that undefended, and it's possible that their plan is to provide some suppression from the south to aid the push in the north and make those rotations happen and continue to pick off in the rotations. I said we are down to 3 minutes left on the clock. We will need to see some action here. They still have enough time, but they can't hold off too much longer, or they risk running down the clock. We see a interesting flank coming out from Snow late across the beach here.
I'm not sure what I shot at, but I just gave myself away.
Paul's very aware of what he was firing out there. He's not too sure if he actually hit anyone, but he is confident he gave away his position.
One kill.
And meanwhile, Snow is giving away her flank with that kill there, so Snow goes down to Stray Jack, bringing us to a 4-4. Navi looking for the refrag on Stray Jack, not quite able to pull that one off there. Gets into cover in time. We see a little bit of smoke coming out. Looks like it may have missed its target there. A great pickup from Rafe. Dropping George, and Stray Jack takes Navi out.
Yeah, and this is the kind of play that you would be expecting from beginners. Sorry, this is how they do things. They use all the time they can, and move in at the very last possible chance, really, to get in for the cap, and they rely on these picks, and they're doing it so well. This is the beginners side that you would expect to see, and we've seen many seasons over now, and they're a tough side to beat.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you think about it, they were talking about doing an aggressive push, and, well, when this is kind of aggression from beginners, they are known for their ability to go slow and properly assault an objective. Strayjack goes down in a trade with Oaks, but is only down. Meanwhile, Lon trades with Furious, meaning that Paz will not get that attempt at cap that he was just rushing in for, but beginners still take the map, handing Deadlogic a solid 4-0 defeat. And presumably heading into beginners map pick next. They are away, they do get to pick the next map if they so choose.
Yeah, and that's kind of that map there. That was the beginner standard that we have come to expect from these guys. They've really kind of turned it up to 11 today. The pressure is on, and you can see it in that Deadlogic now. They have beaten beginners before. All they need to do is just kind of work out what's not gone right on that last one, and obviously try and readjust, which is easier said than done, especially at this stage of the game. But we are going into Bazaar now, which is a bit more of a middle of the road kind of map, where it could go either way. It all purely, I think, depends on what objectives you do get, whether you get the look at the good objectives of being, you know, far west to be able to defend, and the tank objectives, they're always good to defend. It's all going to be interesting to see.
Absolutely. And looking at the history on this map, it's definitely one that the teams are going to be very familiar with, but over this last season, they haven't, neither of them, done particularly better than the other. Both of their win percentages on Bazaar are sub 50%, but when you have so many bans, we do have 4 maps banned, 1 already played, there's only so many options left. And looking at the all-time history, beginners definitely edge out on the win. So a little bit of a weaker season on it, but definitely more experience in the end. I think that has gone into beginners' choice here for why they brought this map to bear.
Yeah, and I feel like I say, because it is that middle of the road kind of map, there isn't too much that can push the score towards either side, really. So it does purely come down to just who on the day is playing the best.
Absolutely. And you know, Deadlogic has got to be a little bit in their own heads at this point, having taken such a hard loss right away there. They've got to be rallying in the tent and just like, hey guys, we got this, we know these players, we can do this, we can come back from this. And you know, you don't have to win every map. It helps, but you don't have to win every map to really move on.
And quick look at the teams. I think it does look like we've had a player swap out. Seaquick now coming in instead of Pause. So we did mention this earlier in the analyst desk. Some of these teams do like to swap people out for specific maps. They know what they like to play. They know what they're good at, and that's an important thing to be able to master, really, and getting the players in the best situations for them.
Absolutely, and the timer has begun. We are heading into round 1 of map 2. Beginners not getting quick spawn for this objective, opting to send some players around with a flank to the south based on their positioning here.
FYI?
Might be expected from Deadlogic. They are kind of moving some players south here to prepare for that.
Yeah,
a little bit of fire comes out across the street, trying to take out those Deadlogic members as the cross, not connecting there. We'll kind of identify the spawn here.
That was something that they were calling out the beginner's side before as they in their spawn. Somebody's got to be keeping an eye on that tank, and unfortunately, yep, Snow able to just make it through Raffaello's gunfire and get into a pretty key position for defending this objective.
Yeah, a dangerous cross for their spawn, but it worked out for her, and she's now in a position to really hear Strayjack coming here, and in a kind of an off-meta position for this attack approach. So not really where you're going to be expecting someone to be. They know someone crossed over here, so they are hunting for Snow, but she didn't go very far south, so a little tucked in tight here.
Yep, Strayjack was just kind of testing for where Snow's positioning was, and due to the fact that no gunshots came out, he has been able to get the call out of her position, at least being behind the wall.
Excellent play from Strayjack. It does eliminate Snow from the defensive position there. That's going to give Deadlogic a little bit of clue that they are going to see some offense from the southeast here. Meanwhile, Lonwick is going to be approaching Oaks' position very soon here. A failed C4. Lon running around, making a lot of noise, trying to bait that out. Successfully pulls that off. More frags come out across the field, not able to connect with anyone. Still sitting at a 5-4.
This time
Beginner's favor here.
The time is slowly trickling down, though. Beginners coming on to 2 minutes, and so far they've only had one pick. At this stage in the game, usually beginners would like to have at least one more. I just wonder how that's going to slow down their approach in the east.
Oaks is going to hear Lon running around here. Looks to be keeping it tight, tucked in. Not giving away his position. Meanwhile, the remaining beginners here have encircled this defense, ready to approach from all sides.
But like I say, I know that they would like to potentially have another pick at this stage, and Raffaello is still pretty far behind to be able to provide any support for any form of push, and Lonwick really needs to get Oaks taken out.
Yeah, I think that Lon is expecting someone to be around here, but can't identify quite where. Oaks, with an excellent timing, comes out and is able to get that pick, bringing us to a 4-4. But now Rafe going to be aware of that position, but goes down to Navi from the other side as Furious is able to take out Stray Jackson. Rafe goes down. Seaquick able to take out Furious, but gets down to the grenade Furious had just thrown. There's only one beginner up. Smoils might be going for the revive here, but it's going to be a risky one, even with the smoke cover.
The smoke is slowly going, and unfortunately George going to get the finish onto Smoils, who couldn't get the revive quick enough and move out the way. And that's a very important point now for Deadlogic. That, like we said, that first point, getting that on the board is going to be what really kind of gives them the edge. You know, helps build that momentum and just build up that confidence also.
Absolutely, and you know that just being able to end that momentum and show that they are here to win and that they can do it is going to be playing great in the 10th there, really helping relieve the stress of coming off of that 4-0 loss, and really putting them in a great position to, take this map, starting out with the lead there.
Interesting.
I said it was a fairly close round, an unfortunate failure to res there with the smoke ending just at the wrong time while he was standing out in the open with a syringe in his hand. That could have gone differently, but Deadlogic played it very well.
Yes, and if you are just tuning in, then yep, Beginners did take the first map abandoned 4-0 in a pretty quick fashion, actually. And Deadlogic now are looking to get their first map win.
You have a mirror spawn here with Deadlogic also starting in the south. A little bit of banter from Deadlogic. Planning out their next meal in between matches here.
And that is a very important thing to be doing through these round robin, through these, through these series. You've got to continue to keep your morale up, and your team morale also needs to be keeping up. As soon as you get any form of negativity or just anything like that, that's when teams slowly start coming down. But Deadlogic, not a team like that. They are here for fun. They're here to enjoy themselves, and you can see that in how they play.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a long day for these teams. Typically 5 to 6 hours of Onward, and so keeping hydrated, keeping your headsets charged, keeping spare batteries for controllers, and just catching a meal when you get a break. Definitely going to be important here. That said, we are a minute in here, and no one really down on either team. Deadlogic taking it very slow as they move across the map here. A fairly meta defense coming out here from Beginners, keeping 3 on objective, 1 in the north, 1 in the east, just ready to identify where the push is going to come in from.
There's one outside of objective, guys.
Looks like some audio cues may have given someone away. Do get a little bit of call out from Beginners on where people are.
There are 2 behind us, guys.
Does seem like they're getting even more call-outs now.
The building near the objective building.
And Snow also getting some call-outs of her own.
Excellent pickup from Stray Jack to take out George in the Kayat building there. Gonna help slow down this offensive.
Nine. One's hacking in the courtyard near the container.
And Snow accurately spots
Fire
Lon.
traded.
Saying that Snow accurately spots Lon coming out from the eastern courtyard there. Tries to get some shots from the scaffolding, not able to land her shots, which is going to be it's going to be tough to approach from here with Lon here in this position.
Absolutely, Beginners have set themselves up well. An excellent flank from Stray Jack, taking out Navi, but it's going to cue Furious to this position here. But he gets Snow as well before Furious is able to get the refrag, bringing down 3 of Deadlogic in that run. that is going to put beginners up 4-2, with at least one of their positions being known. Some fire was traded with Oaks. That said, Furious was just shooting, so beginners can have a pretty solid idea of where the remaining attackers are, with only 1 minute left and not a lot of time to rotate away.
Does seem like Raffaello's just heard Furious Daddy moving around, and he is going to get some, put some pre-fire down into the alleyways, but not going to find any marks. And we are coming down to the last 40 seconds now, so Dead Logic really need to be thinking about what they're doing in this attack and getting some equipment onto the objective.
Yeah, they're about to hear their 30-second timer beep down. Fairly coordinated here, but still a little far away. Oaks proning in on Smoils. Seaquick gets Furious, but Oak fails to pick up Smoils, and in the retreat here gets picked up between Smoils and Lonwick with a flank there. Beginners putting their own point on the board and tying us up 1-1.
And that's where the last 30 seconds do start getting crucial if you're not too confident in how you've in your approach and what you've been doing up until that point. Then they can be a bit desperate, to say the least, and that is kind of what we saw there from Dead Logic. Like you said, the beeper went, and they just had to push. And unfortunately, when you rush it, things happen like that. The cohesion drops.
Absolutely. When you don't have long left, you just have to push, because you don't want to just run out of time. It doesn't feel good for anybody, and I think everybody wants that action to occur at the end there. However it ends, Dead Logic knew that if time ran out, they lose, so they have to push there.
That they do, and so rightfully so. Somebody has pointed out in the chat that yeah, we did see some of the quickest rounds on Abandoned being one of the biggest maps. Now we've come onto Bazaar. This is where it starts to slow down a bit, and that was what I was talking about at the start of this map. It is so middle of the ground that no one true team has an edge. It purely comes down to who is playing the best, and these two teams, they're playing so evenly. But we will go into the third round of the second map now, and the next objective going to be the far western courtyard, which again you can never really gauge what side has the advantage here. It purely depends on just how the movements goes and who can see who.
We do see a push coming in from beginners. Very centrally focused here, going to be running into George first at this rate, who have one flanking in the south there, looking to probably put some cover fire on the objective for the rest of the approach. See if they can pick out any attempted flanks here, but Dead Logic keeping it very tight.
And there's such an important thing to be able to do on this objective is just hold a tight defense, because there's just so many angles that Marsoc attacker can cap from and take those 2 points that you just don't want to afford any form of opening, and that's hard to do on its own.
Seaquick is about to fall right into Navi's line of sight here, as they both look for each other in the north. Looks like Navi has glanced away at just the wrong time.
They might be by the walls outside north of Hyatt.
This is an important thing to be doing at the moment. You can see beginners checking the coyote, and if you leave one stray Vault member there, that can spell disaster. they're there on the flank. They're there to be able to just take you out as you're moving into position. So knowing that that area is clear does allow a pretty strong push.
Absolutely, and we see some fire coming in from the south from Smoils just to help, kind of suppress Dead Logic here, get them to check different angles and possibly slip up on their defense. But so far, everything's still tight. Everybody holding their lines and waiting for beginners to make a mistake here.
I think that's the problem a lot of the time. Beginners, they don't make mistakes, or if they do, they know how to correct them very well. You're so unlikely to be able to kind of punish them for those mistakes. So to be getting points and kills against them is a feat of its own, really, because they don't make it easy.
Absolutely. We're starting to see some push come in here from Stray Jack and Lon. Going to be crossing George's line here soon.
I mean, that's the thing. I just don't know if they're going to be prepared for this. George is looking at Stray Jack and unfortunately doesn't take the shots at him, and Stray Jack will find him just lay down there.
I'm wondering if maybe there was some glitching into an object that does prevent fire from coming out. It will not let you pull the trigger if you're clipped inside something. I'm wondering if there was a little bit of technical difficulty there. Meanwhile, chaos has begun.
Yeah, and
Smoils taken out by C4 is able to be confirmed by Snow.
And this is a pretty common strategy from beginners when it comes down to the last minute. That is when you generally can expect their push to be coming in, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. And they are running down into that last minute, and I think they still need another pick or two. Snow sitting in such a great position to be covering this street. But Seaquick going to spot her in the corner of the blue room there, which does open up the push now.
Navi with a great refrag does end up trading with Rafe on the objective. Lon able to pick up Furious, bringing this down to a 1-1. A cap could come out here, but Oaks is out here looking for it. Instead, gives away their position to prevent the cap, and beginners put a second point up on the board, leading now 2-1.
Yeah, great decision there from Lon to kind of hold back a little bit and just see what's going on. Unfortunately, Oaks got a little bit desperate in wanting to make sure there is no one giving call-outs, and obviously trying to double tap that body. And that did give away his position, allowing Lon to just basically walk around and obviously get the shots.
Very well played from beginners there. Dead Logic are going to have their work cut out for them to now attempt their aggression on this same OBJ. It'd be interesting to see how they adapt to what beginners just put forward and to what beginners' typical defense plan has been so far. Very tight, very meta defense, very effective. There's a reason that it's common, and that's typically what we've been seeing for beginners so far.
And if you are watching the other channel currently, Onward VR Master League, Boss Fight are taking on Raptors, and it seems like Boss Fight have just taken their first map, beating Raptors 4-2 on Quarantine.
Great pickup for them for sure, setting them up well.
Well, we are going to be bringing you some action over here on VRML 1, with beginners still taking on Dead Logic. Second map of this round. Beginners took the first map, abandoned 4-0, and Dead Logic now just trying to claw back what victory they can.
We're going to see a southeast spawn from Dead Logic here. We'll show some different approach is necessary. Beginners setting themselves up with a...
There's C4 on the road, Oaks.
Very common defensive plan here, but it does fall apart quickly as Snow is able to pick up Lawn with an early angle onto where she had been holding before.
That is an angle you need to be watching. As I mentioned before, if somebody is allowed to get into that blue room, then it can spell disaster, really, for any approach coming from the west. As they can see straight down the road, you're either having to approach from the north or the west, just making a bit of a choke point, really.
An excellent pickup for Dead Logic to begin their attack here. It looks like Oak might have been able to cross without Smoils seeing in the south here. Smoils still covering an earlier angle. Oaks, meanwhile, trying to hone in on Smoils and take out this defense from the south. Does connect. Smoils going down on OBJ means we're going to need to see some rotation. Stray Jack is going to rotate in from the north, giving Navi a clear path for her approach. Coming in here. Rafe able to pick up Furious Daddy.
One more kill.
Snow able to refrag there. Means we only have two beginners left. Accurate call out from Snow. Means that they are well aware of their kill count. See some utility coming across. Straight Jack goes down in a trade with Oaks. Oaks able to be revived, so getting some good callouts here. But Seaquick, being the only one left, is going to have a hard time defending this objective. And so Seaquick opts to end the round.
Interesting.
Seaquick knows that there are several Dead Logic members up, and as the only defender, you cannot hold this objective. You can cap from too many places. Seaquick has disabled the uplink.
That's an interesting play that you don't actually see all too often there, and it's probably one of the big brain plays, not wanting to give away a point, as both teams know how important these early stages are in getting your first maps and kind of putting it to the enemy and getting in their head. If they know, oh, well, these guys are, they're coming in 4 maps strong, 2 maps strong, and it can put an air of doubt, they must be playing well. So, a big brain play, really, from Seaquick there.
I mean, I'm thinking that might have been the first time we've ever seen a uplink be disabled during a round robin. I'm not sure that has ever happened in the history of VRML. It's a rare occurrence in any match, and to see that live here during a round robin, I mean, what a play there to just identify your own weakness and say, you know what, I'm not giving up those 2 points. We're ahead 2-1. We can afford to give away this point to prevent that really strong possibility of them breaking out with a lead with getting a tap there.
No, I'm wondering what kind of mindset Dead Logic are going to have now, knowing that happened. Are they going to be a little bit more skeptical when they do come to approaching as Marsok? Are beginners going to be disabling the uplink again?
It's definitely going to, I would say help their spirits, saying, you know what, we forced them to give up. They surrendered. And so, I mean, that is almost a better morale loss or gain, depending on the team, than a normal win or a cap, because it is very rare for these teams to just admit defeat and just say, you know what, I cannot hold this off, you win.
Yeah, right, you are there. I mean, essentially, that is beginners saying, nope, you guys have just played this too well for us, and, you know, we are scared.
That said, we have begun the 5th round here on map 2, seeing a, let's say a bit of a loose defense from Dead Logic here, having 2 with eyes on objective, and most of the rest covering earlier angles. We see some long shots come out from Rafe, not able to connect with Snow, but they have accurately identified her position.
One is at the end of the, like, yeah, courtyard thing.
Yeah, he is.
Smoils having identified Navi's position, unable to connect.
There can be a guy in there.
And these are the kind of plays, though, that you'd expect from beginners at this stage, to just try and draw out the Vault defense, make them move around, and just go with a bit of like a shock and awe kind of tactic. But I think Dead Logic are prepared for this. They've more than likely seen it more often than not in scrims, in matches, and they don't seem that deterred at the moment.
More fire from beginners onto known positions of Dead Logic, but so far none able to connect. Now only 2 minutes 45 left on the clock, and still 5v5.
Really, this is basically still within beginners' kind of time frames. I mean, they probably, I know I keep saying this every round, they were expecting more picks by this point, but that is how they play. If you watch them, they like to move in once they've got a pick or two, and then that is when their attack is about to happen. It's either that, or it's going to be that last minute of the map, or the round, should I say. That is when you can expect their push if they haven't got those picks. And that's an important factor when it comes to playing against teams like this, is being able to identify those kind of plays and those movements that they do, because it makes it all that much easier to be able to obviously kind of react to what's going on. But see Quick, also knowing this map so well, able to get some pre-fire through one of the alleys onto Smoils, taking him out, which is going to slow this beginner's push down even more.
Rafe ends up trading with George, does get confirmed by Navi.
One at Smoils' room.
Navi's identified Lon's position, but in a dangerous place from Strayjack. Cuts back and able to avoid that refrag. Meanwhile, Strayjack getting closer to Furious's position. Great pickup from Furious, leaving only 2 beginners left as Smoils and Lon make their way towards Navi's position.
But let's not forget, though, you know, even a single beginner's member is going to be kind of like playing against 2 people just based on their game knowledge. And Smoils is just on its hair at the moment. 2 players taken out, turns this from a 4v2 into a 2v1. And now he's got a lot to make up. Oh!
Excellent pickup from Furious will put a 3rd point on the board for Dead Logic, putting them in an excellent position to end this map in their favor, tying up the series 1-1. We'll see if beginners are able to hold this defense and continue their streak here shortly.
And the points are now updated and looking right. This is a good position really for Dead Logic now. They're going to be. This is the first point in this round robin where they have gone ahead of beginners, and that's got to be a good morale boost. As any wins against them is always a good boost, but to be ahead is brilliant.
Yeah, and it puts them in a great position because you cannot get 2 points as Volk. So that means that there are 2 more rounds that they have the opportunity. They can win Marsoc, or they can lose Marsoc and then win the next round as Volk. They are in an excellent position here moving into the next round, and we might see a little bit more of a looser play with this next one because they know that they can afford to lose it. So maybe we see them go for a cap, knowing they can afford the loss, or maybe they play it safe and just try and lock in the map as best they can.
I think the true question is, are we going to see another disabled objective?
At this point, I don't see that coming in because that would spell the win for Dead Logic. When it's 2-1, you can afford that kind of a loss. You can afford that point to head in and you get more attempts. But right now, that would end the map. I don't see that coming in. Rafe just on the other side of the wall from Oaks here. Excellent pickup there. Navi not in a great position to get the refrag, but she will know the position here. Meanwhile, Straight Jack able to pick up Snow. Only 3 members of Dead Logic left, less than a minute in. Smoyle's able to identify Navi's position. Is going to give a lot of information to Rafe, who is still in blue room there.
And Dead Logic are going to have to take him out because that is one of the key positions for this objective, really. You're covering the important angle onto the tank where people will try and make a move to get that cap, or at least move behind it. So Dead Logic need to get on this opposite side, but with having that many defenders on the objective area, it's going to be a tough push.
Yeah, being 3-5 at this point is not where Dead Logic wants to be. They are fairly spread out here, but not terribly uncoordinated with each other, being in a good line to move in. We do see some fire traded with Furious and Lon here, none of it connecting.
We do have 2 minutes 45 remaining on the clock, which is a good amount of time really for this objective, but having 5 beginners up versus 3 attackers, it's going to be a pretty tough one. But if we take a quick look onto the map, the beginners defense is more focused on the north side. So if Furious Daddy is able to come around on the south and take out Lon, that's going to open up that position in pretty nicely for the other members of Dead Logic to be able to try and get some picks onto beginners.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a looser defense than we saw from Dead Logic, with Lon pushed farther in the south and Rafe's position being very off meta, but able to pick up multiple Dead Logic members. Now, George downed here as well. Able to be revived, but not in a safe position to do so, with Rafe and Smoyles being right over top. Smoyles confirms George, leaving us left with just Furious Daddy to push against all 5 beginners players. Looks like he sees Lon's position, perhaps? Is able to take him out. That will help the south push here, but give away his position. As the last remaining Dead Logic member, you know beginners are going to be focused over here now.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate side of this, you know, due to the fact that Raffaello was in such a great position to be able to kind of keep an eye on the marketplace. Furious Daddy was just a little bit too slow on that approach to take out Lon. But well played by Beginners, holding down on that objective, tying things up 3-3. But now they've got the tough side of this, where they're going into this last round having to attack as Marsoc. And if you are aware, generally you want, in this kind of situation, you more than likely want to be on the Volk side and defending. You can just get a nice tight defense, cover your angles, not allow anyone to push in. But who knows, you know, it is going to be the south objective, and I kind of want to say this one does favor Marsoc just a little bit more, as Volk do have to be a little bit more spread out. You can't do too tight of a defense, because if you allow Marsoc to be able to get across the street over into the south and from the west, they can very easily surround this objective and just pick apart people as they move back in. So hopefully we will not see that against Dead Logic, and you know, they're going to be able to take out Beginners as they move across, but it is a very real thing that can happen.
And Dead Logic knows at this point that even after that, they still have another chance to take the win here, and this is really going to come down to this. We are on the 7th round. It cannot go any longer than this. They have been fighting back and forth, battling for that W, and here's what will decide it all.
Yep, the question on this round is going to be, are Beginners going to get a commanding lead as they go into this next stage of the round robin, or are they going to be even with Dead Logic? And just over at the Dead Logic side, they are building themselves up, saying that they've got this, and this is going to be a great morale booster, as we've mentioned a lot so far. You know, you're even with Beginners, and that's a great feeling, knowing just how long they have played for.
Make sure they don't have anyone second floor on the
absolutely. And Dead Logic have competed at this high level for a while now. They have made it into the round robin before, but to the best of my knowledge, have not been season champions, whereas Beginners have been around longer and have won several seasons. And so you're right, just being able to put up a 3-3 against Beginners just proves that Dead Logic belong here.
That it does, and we are seeing the standard kind of push, like I said, by Beginners, where they try and surround the objective and spend a good minute or two checking around for any movement whatsoever. But Dead Logic right now being so disciplined in their defense, they're just not out in the open, they're not off spots. So Beginners, they're going to have to push them and try and push them out of their spots. But the Eastern, the Eastern push is coming in at the moment, and I've just got the map up still at the moment, and we can see that Southeast at the moment is somewhat open. We do have a member of Dead Logic in the Eastern Courtyard, or the Southeastern Courtyard, but they aren't going to be able to watch anyone moving around the far south. But Smoils will find a pick of his own, as he says himself there, you know, running, and that's where that discipline has to come in. You've got to stay in your position and trust that your teammates are covering the angles that they're supposed to be.
Absolutely. And, you know, Snow went down on the rotation there, which is what Smoils was calling out. And that is exactly what Beginners are looking for here. As we've said several times, they want those picks so they can pick apart the defense and push through the gap in the final minute. And, you know, taking one out on objective is going to help them do just that.
Oh, a great C4 there from George, going to take out Smoils, moving in from the east. but now going to have to deal with Stray Jack and his approach, who's very well aware of what corner he's sitting in. Lon also coming in to provide some backup. Both these guys desperate to get a kill, just not quite able to find him, but eventually Lonwick going to be the one to find Georgie in his spot.
Meanwhile, another defender goes down with a refrag coming in from Na'Vi is going to bring us to a 2v3. Beginners up 1 with a minute 30 left on the clock. Stray Jack with a great pickup onto Na'Vi means that Furious is the only one left to defend here. A great pickup to signal this final push from Beginners to lock in this map. With 3 people coming at him from different sides, Furious has his work cut out for him here. And throwing the frag goes down to Stray Jack rushing in. Beginners finish out strong, taking the map, putting up 2 maps to 0 in the first matchup. What a set.
Yeah, that, you know, it's so unfortunate really from the Dead Logic side, as they really put up such a strong defense and offense against Beginners. You know, the abandoned score really doesn't quite do it justice, as it was still pretty close, and Beginners though just edging that a little bit more. Maybe that experience is coming out, and the fact that, you know, they've been here that many times, they just have that like cool, calm and collectedness that maybe Dead Logic just feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they kind of recover from that and how they continue on in their next matchup, when Dead Logic has to face Boss Fight in the second round, while Beginners will move on to face Raptors, after Raptors and Boss Fight have been trading blows over on our other channel live today, VR Master League.
And to that effect, though, we will just be going to a very short intermission whilst the final few rounds of Raptors and Boss Fight finish up there. Currently, they are drawing 1-1. Boss Fight having taken that first map. So if you want to continue watching some brilliant Onward, jump over onto twitch.tv/VR Master League, where you can finish watching that. We will be showing Boss Fight take on Dead Logic in the next 10-20 minutes. So make sure you catch that shortly.
Yes.
Easy going right there. Look at him. One more to go.
Welcome back to VRML 1. Today, or well, this round, we are going to be bringing you Boss Fight taking on Dead Logic. And this is going to be one heck of a matchup, I must say. We've just saw Dead Logic take on Beginners. They found their feet. They were getting some points on Bazaar. Unfortunately, not able to take that map. So they are going to be going into this with a renewed determination to make sure that Boss Fight do not take any of these maps from them. And the first map we are going to be seeing is Snow Peak, which is a bit of a big map. It's about the same size as Quarantine if you've not played it before. So lots of angles that Volk are going to have to be covering and a lot of ground for Marsok to be taking. And just as we are waiting for the remaining members to load in, we will just quickly go through the bans. So the first ban coming out from Boss Fight is going to be Subway, and they are also going to be banning Cargo. So two smallish maps already off the table there. And Visceral, what bans are we going to be seeing from Dead Logic?
Dead Logic have banned Quarantine and Downfall for this matchup. Looking at the history for the teams, Quarantine and Downfall get a ton of play from Boss Fight. Between the two maps, over 100 times they've played those, and so those definitely make sense for bans here from them. And with that, we are heading into round 1 on Snow Peak here, and Boss Fight has gotten Quick Spawn. Looks like only Legal is planning on utilizing the quick spawn here, while the remaining members of Boss Fight will be planning to flank around from different sides.
It's going to be interesting to see how Dead Logic do react to this. I know this this map is a bit of a favorite for them, or can be, or has been in the past, and they historically do play quite well on this. So the question is going to be, are they prepared for Boss Fight and the amount of times they've actually played this, as I believe this is definitely one of their favorite maps.
Be interesting to see for sure. We're starting to see a very wide flank coming in from Woods and Scooby, all the way now in the southwest.
I don't have any intel on where they play it in the north, so I'm going to drone all the way from the base.
Oh, okay. Scooby has brought a drone to the fight here, and he is getting away from the fight so that he can be safe while he runs the drone. Woods just kind of backing him up there, getting ready for a flank in the north. Meanwhile, Sayonara and Archer have set up in the tunnels, getting ready to breach from the west directly here, while Legal still just holds that angle from Quick Spawn, looking to see if there's anyone that attempts a flank out in the south.
It does seem like Boss Fight.
Logic, however, keeping a tight defense. Everyone's staying inside and tucked in.
Yeah, it does seem like Boss Fight are just, at the moment, trying to ascertain where the Dead Logic defenders are going to be situated, and quite rightfully stated that they are just being so tight and not really giving much away, not even any sound. So this is going to make it a lot tougher for the Boss Fight offensive to be able to push in on this super tight objective.
The drone has been launched. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize that for an indoor objective and how long they can keep that alive without the ability to really stay far away. We do see some aggression coming in from Sayonara. Oaks able to halt that in its place. A great pickup here to begin and slow down this defense.
Archer certainly has slowed up his approach now. He's very well aware of Oaks' position, but he's able to use the fact that Archer's going to have to swing around this corner and get some pre-fire. And hopefully Archer is able to correctly judge where Oaks is going to be. Otherwise, Oaks is going to have the advantage.
The drone is approaching now from the tunnel in the north. Going to be right above Snow's head here. Looks like she quickly identifies that. And then C4's Woods approaching from Scooby's position in the north here. A frag on a Snow is just going to barely come up short here. Snow able to confirm Woods. We do get some more action from Oaks as Archer tries to push in. Ooh, Scooby able to pick up Snow in the north. Her position critical to defend from Scooby's attack in the north here.
We are seeing this battle between Archer and Oaks, and he thinks he's actually downed Oaks, but unfortunately he hasn't, and Oaks is going to punish him for that. You cannot shoot through that box, it seems. So now the boss fight offensive down to a single member after all this animosity.
Scooby definitely has his work cut out for him here as Oaks is now rotated to cover this angle, knowing that they've heard fire from over here. But the drone is still alive. Thought Snow was able to take that out before downing Woods, but the drone is still up. And Scooby now able to get a good look at the defenders' locations here. I don't think anyone is expecting the drone to still be alive. But he must have missed Oak's position as he does come around right into the line of fire. Deadlogic holding an excellent defense, able to take round one here on Snow Peak.
That is certainly going to be a crucial point for Deadlogic, really, in building up that momentum of points. They're going to be still feeling the high, really, from being able to take points from beginners, and going to feel bolstered by that. So boss fight going to have to do what they can to bring that morale down, really, and try and just throw them off the game.
A boss fight coming off of a loss of their own on Snow Peak, nonetheless. They did just lose this map in a very close battle with Raptors. And so it is interesting to see them pick this map again after that, just having not gone their way. But the very recent experience, perhaps they feel they've learned from that mistake and are able to reverse that trend here against Deadlogic.
There certainly is a lot of planning coming out for the both sides, really, for this objective. I wonder if we're going to see some out off the cuff kind of plays from Deadlogic here.
It'll be interesting to see how they adapt to boss fights' defensive style. These teams have been playing each other for years. They are very familiar with each other's play style, and it'll be interesting to see how that turns out here. We do have mirror spawns, with Deadlogic also getting quick spawn.
Hopefully they will be able to utilize this quick spawn, as I feel like maybe if boss fight had been able to capitalize on that, then they would have maybe been able to use a bit of shock and awe strategy there against the Deadlogic defenders.
Action begins quick with Snow taking Legoland. Sayonara able to take down Oaks, bringing us to a 4-5.
-1.
But Navi finding little Sayonara as he's moving around in that corridor is going to open up the objective just a little bit more for Deadlogic now.
Yeah, great pickup. Does put them in the lead here, 4-3.
Right. Don't go down that way, you'll get shot unless you like peek it really carefully.
An excellent call-out plan from Dead Logic, knowing that someone is going to be watching this angle. Almost peeked out here and got taken out by Archer. Scooby able to pick up Navi. Does mean that we are down to a 3v3. Ooh, a great pickup from Woods. Does halt this offensive in its tracks here. Oh, an excellently thrown frag. Unfortunately, Woods is not in the doorway. The smoke is able to connect with Woods. Woods having to rotate to the other side here. Still holding a great line for George. And is able to find that kill, bringing us down to only one left. Furious Daddy, the last alive for Dead Logic again.
And we do see a lot really at the moment, always kind of coming down to him being the last member up and always having quite a big challenge left on those furious shoulders of his.
We did see that a few times against beginners in the last matchup here. An interesting correlation with the team captain of Boss Fight being the last one alive during this offensive just a round ago. The captain taking the role of hanging back and allowing others to move in first, helping coordinate here, can often lead them to being the last man standing.
Did swing around that corner very, very confidently. Luckily, though, that there was no boss fight members kind of covering this alleyway, as it would have been picked off pretty quick there.
Does have a fair bit of time left. 3 minutes left on the timer for him to make this push. Woods now approaching this line.
But the C4 right next to Furious. Luckily, though, he did push straight through.
Scooby just too late. Oh, but comes around swinging at the wrong corner, and Archer able to pick him up. And we have traded Volk rounds, gone up 1-1.
Does just go to show how quick this objective can change. You know, 1 minute you're looking at 4 members up, and then before you know it, a little bit of a firefight, and you're down to the single member, and you've got to push on your own, and that's where it's tough. Unfortunate for Furious though, as he had such a great push in there, taking out Woods and firing on through, but when Volk can just loop down the alleyway that you're coming from, you need to be readjusting and thinking about the routes that you're taking, and that's where the map knowledge will come in for this.
An interesting new objective here, going to be spicy for us to watch, knowing how that went down in the last round matchup with Boss Fight versus Raptors. This is the objective that Raptors capped on Boss Fight just last matchup. And so it'll be interesting to see how they first attack it, but then how they change up their defense, knowing that Raptors were able to pierce through it so effectively just a little bit ago. It is a vastly different approach, a vastly different section of the map coming at the southwest bunker here, whereas the first objective was tight and internal. This one is wide open and outside.
That it is, and there is just so many angles really that you can approach this objective from. One of the approaches being from the ice lake, coming around on that western side and trying to take out the Volk defenders covering that area. It's such a big area to try and cover that usually it's always pretty tough. And Marsoc are allowed to gain a lot of ground across there. But then you do also see these kind of southern overpasses where people will try and throw a flank in. So boss fight, like you say, probably going to be a little bit shook from the cap, and maybe they're going to be a little bit too running roundy. And I wonder if Dead Logic will be able to capitalize on that by just picking them off as they run around to cover angles.
That'll be interesting to see how they change that up here. It looks like we have had a disconnection from Dead Logic, just waiting on that 5th member to return.
And whilst we do that, I mean, I think it's going to be a good time to talk about the prize pool and what these teams actually are playing for. So there is $10,000 available in prizes for this tournament, and for the winners will be taking over $7,000 in cash, and all that good stuff is provided by ProTube VR, HyperX, VR Cover, Downpour Interactive, VRML, and Nightfire himself.
An excellent pool of prizes for the winners of it all this season. The top 2 teams from today facing the top 2 teams from yesterday. Next week, when we have our semifinals and finals next weekend, Saturday and Sunday respectively, definitely going to be some heavy action that weekend as well, so don't forget to tune back in when we come to you live next weekend as well.
And we are still waiting on this 5th member of Dead Logic to appear. Maybe a little bit more than just a drop, it seems.
Just take a check in with the captains here, see what is going on, what their plan will be.
I guess whilst we do get the confirmation of what's going to happen with this 5th player, we will just take a very, very, very short intermission and bring you the action back very shortly.
Amy?
Welcome back to VRML 1. Sorry about that very short intermission there, and we are watching now Boss Fight take on Dead Logic. They are attacking this airplane objective, or well, airport objective, and Boss Fight, we're given the kind of more fortuitous spawn there in being pretty close to the objective, but they have opted to still play the long game and send some people across the ice lake.
Yeah, we've been seeing that from Boss Fight the last round as well. I'm expecting to see a drone coming out here from Scooby. Sure enough, he does have that on his back, so we will see some drone gameplay coming in here to help identify Dead Logic's positions.
And that drone for this map can be so useful if played right, as like Quarantine and Downfall. There's just so many nooks and crannies really that the Vault defenders can be sitting in, that having that foresight from above really can change things up just a dramatic amount, really.
Absolutely. We saw it used with Boss Fight versus Raptors almost every round in that play, and Scooby did bring it the last time they were here on Marsoc, and it was extremely effective in the fight between Boss Fight and Raptors. And with this new outdoor objective, I'm expecting a lot of very beneficial information to be gained here, and for Dead Logic to be looking for it. And they have spotted the drone, taking some evasive maneuvers there to help prevent that from getting shot down. But it looks like they have secured the kill on the drone. Likely able to get a call out or two there, but majority of Dead Logic's positions will remain their own information here. An excellent pickup from Snow to take that drone down.
And a quick look on the map, we are 2 minutes 30 into the round, and Boss Fight yet to really make a lot of ground coverage and gain any area around the objective to be able to get those picks onto Volk. Dead Logic playing it tight and just waiting for Boss Fight to come to them.
I'm gonna keep holding over here on this side. I'll rotate it. Okay, there's the person.
You do get an M203 across the map, doesn't quite connect. Frag comes out from Dead Logic. No one particularly close enough to be affected by that just yet, because Boss Fight is taking this extremely slowly. Just waiting it out, trying to get picks before moving in. Definitely running down the timer. It's been a very effective strategy throughout the round robin, but with Dead Logic staying tucked in tight, it could play as a disadvantage here for Boss Fight.
It does seem like Boss Fight are becoming more and more aware of the time, as we do see that southern approach slowly starting to make some ground. The question is, are they going to have the backup that they need from the rest of the Boss Fight team?
All out from Scooby for Boss Fight, planning the offensive coordination here. Looks like they will be moving in at about the 1 minute mark. Navi able to get a great pickup onto Woods, starting to approach the lake here. Brings us down to a 4v5, less than 1 minute 30 left, as Boss Fight prepares their offensive push.
One is at the tower.
Navi very well to spot out the approaches coming from the south now. Such a long range kind of sight line there, but Oaks and Navi both defending this objective so well. And very quickly taking out a few members of Boss Fight, leaving Little Sayonara to have to attack this on his own. But Oaks also still watching that angle and rotating it really well. Able to take out Little Sayonara, leaving Legil completely alone now against 3 members of Dead Logic. But he is going to be getting those callouts. Yet Navi just watching that angle as he approaches in on the objective. Going to defend it really well.
Yeah, an excellent rotation from Navi, really holding down the objective there, picking up 2 or 3 of Boss Fight on the approach, with some good call-outs on the south as well, helping out Oaks. Just a very well-planned and executed defense from Dead Logic. We have been trading Volk rounds so far. That will be in Dead Logic's favor if that continues, so Boss Fight will need to pick up at least 1 Marsoc round if they are going to take this map.
And that is very, very true at the moment, and Oaks and Navi both doing so well for this Dead Logic defense, both with 5 kills apiece at this stage, and that's essentially 2 whole squads just wiped out across 3 rounds.
Absolutely. We now get to see how Dead Logic attack this objective and how Boss Fight changes up their defensive plan, or if they stick with what they know, knowing that they just got capped on by Raptors here. If Dead Logic able to replicate that success, then the map will be over. They are in range for the cap to end the map here. You know, Boss Fight is just focused on no cap here.
That is where it starts becoming important now. They are going to know that Dead Logic, you know, they're 2 points ahead. They can see the scores themselves in game. Obviously not whilst they're playing, but when they're in the tent. So there is going to be a bit of an air of kind of a little bit of, like, I don't know, apprehension really when it comes to this objective. Like you say, knowing that Raptors did get that cap on them, and Dead Logic have been given the garage spawn, so somewhat close, but not as close as what Boss Fight were in that last one.
Okay, let's do it. Let's stop messing.
You see Boss Fight spreading around the objective, keeping the angles wide from OBJ, but well held angle-wise. We'll be able to spot an approach from any direction at this point, but I don't see a big shakeup from their original defensive plan. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I believe this was the setup they used and got capped on.
To be honest, there isn't much of a variation on Dead Logic's defense in that last round. I think it's just one of those that kind of, it does work if you are able to hold the positions well. And Boss Fight obviously confident in holding these positions.
I think Little Sayonara is the big mix-up from what we saw from Dead Logic. This will be an extremely early angle compared to what Dead Logic used with Oaks around the corner in the south here. So they may well not be expecting this position to come out quite so early. That said, they are keeping it low and slow. George possibly about to come over the edge and get caught here. How will that come out?
Yep. And whilst we can see on the camera at the moment, we can see George moving around. It does look like Little Sayonara did finally spot him moving around and gets the call out that there's going to be people coming from the south, which is going to draw Boss Fight's attention. And I'm just wondering whether this is Dead Logic's plan, really, to draw their attention in the south and approach through the middle.
You Meanwhile, Oaks laying down some suppressive fire onto the tower. Little Sayonara has opted to rotate off of that after their position is given away.
Give it a little spray.
Aware that that was going to be a vulnerable position from multiple angles, has wisely chosen to move off of that, saving their life here. Down to the halftime mark here in a moment, and still a 5-5.
We are still seeing the boss fight members trying to spot Little Sayonara in the guard tower there, but a great rotation down so that they are just somewhere where they're not expecting, and all this time that they're taking to check for that tower is dripping down, and you know they're sitting on 2 minutes 30 remaining. They cannot get too hung up on this tower. They need to be approaching it pretty quick, really.
And we do see Woods able to pick up Snow. A great pickup to help slow down this offensive push. Furious and George stalled out by Little Sayonara's position up there, unaware as to whether or not they were picked off or whether they moved. Woods able to find another kill. Lego finding George in the south, bringing us down to only 2. We have Furious in the south with Navi looking down from the north.
So he might be revivable. I'm going to keep my eye
down
on
to a
this.
minute 40. Still a lot of ground to cover for both teammates. Navi with an excellent shot onto Archer. Unfortunately, just a down. Possibly looking to confirm here. Couple of shots down on the body, but not able to confirm. Some suppressive fire from Scooby to help drop off of that angle. Possibly seeing a revive attempt coming out here, but thus far, just letting Archer do the calling out.
And all that fire is diverting the attention away from Furious Daddy as he's making his approach on the south kind of pass. But he is going to have to contend with Little Sayonara, who's been in this corner for quite a while now. So he's running in there, not really expecting anyone to be sitting there. And Little Sayonara is going to just going to peek over the hill and take him out.
Leaving us down to 25 seconds with Navi being way across the map. Is going to have to rush in and ends up trading with Woods. Leaving 3 up as Boss Fight takes another Voke round, tying us up 2-2. This next round is going to be very crucial for Boss Fight. As I mentioned earlier, they will need to take a Marsoc round if they are going to win this map. And here they are with one of what could be their last attempts at Marsoc, with a new objective here in the North Hangar objective. We are going to see a very similar, very open area. This is another exterior objective here with a lot of wide and long angles. I am expecting to see another drone come out with Dead Logic hyper vigilant to prevent that from really picking up a lot of crucial details to really pick this apart. But Boss Fight will need to take a Marsoc round here, so this one is going to be crucial for them.
I just wonder whether they're planning to end this with a cap, to be honest. This one is notorious really for capping. It's so open and there's a lot of angles that Volk have to be covering, that they are going to be running around out in the open, and that's where those long range shots are going to come in and really be an advantageous kind of approach to this. And Boss Fight you know, they get caps in the most serious of moments. So I think we could possibly see an attempt here. As we go into round number 5, boss fight having the spawn over on the ice lake, which is just there. It doesn't look like they are going to actually use the ice lake though. They're going to come around from the south and just move around through the mountains. And I wonder if they're going to allow this time to run out again, as so far they seem to be up against the time quite often than not. And that's something that certainly works against you as a Marsoc attacker.
Get killed like 3 times over.
The drone is in the air. Scooby tucked into cover, looking to identify positions here. He's keeping the drone nice and low, flying right over the lake, knowing that they have been watching the skies for the drone in the past, possibly trying to keep it low, fly under the radar, so to speak.
And we will take a very, very quick look on the map at the moment. This Dead Logic defense being pretty tight, but we can see one member pretty far off, sitting in that central kind of bunker area. And that's the negative aspect to not taking that ice lake early on. They have allowed Volt get that far, and that position there could probably put a stop to many approach.
Let's hustle this, guys. We don't want to be sitting with our dicks in the wind at 2 minutes in.
Boss fight getting into position while the drone's still in the air. Scooby able to get some call-outs in, try and find these defensive locations. We're seeing Oaks and Archer clash here momentarily as they are right next to each other. Oaks going to be aware of Archer's position due to the movement, but Archer seemingly completely unaware that he is 10 feet from Oaks. And here we see this position pay off for Oaks, as he is able to take out Archer, the first kill of the round. Almost 3 minutes in, now down to 5-4.
Say again?
Looks like Snow is Woods has also found a pretty good shot onto Snow, who was moving around near the south kind of tower, which Scooby is calling out also.
Pre-fire that corner, please.
Woods also calling for pre-fire, and we're hearing so much communication amongst this team, and we said it on the analyst desk very early on. That is basically what will kind of set the teams apart when it comes to this stage of the competition. You know, they've got to be talking and they've got to be making plans. But Oaks is in such a great position to be able to take out Woods there, and that has just put a stop to that Ice Lake approach.
Little Sayonara identifying this position and preparing for it, and Oaks peeking outside will go down. They get the refrag there, bringing us to a 3v3. Legel with eyes on objective, looking to see what he can determine. 3-3 here does include Scooby, who's now going down in the south to Navi. Excellent long-range shot there. M203 goes wide. Not going to pick anybody up. Down to Leggle and Little Sayonara here. Leggle trying to shoot through the little tin sheds here. They are penetrable.
Smoking, expect to push. 40 seconds.
Yeah, a good
45
call.
seconds left on the clock.
It was a good call from George, really, understanding, you know, smokes are coming out and we need to be pushing in. Unfortunately, he's moving just at the wrong time. Legil going to punish him for that movement. Little Sayonara and Navi now trading. He is only down, but Furious going in for the revive.
Leggle in the objective building now, going to be eyes on Navi's position. Takes him out. Furious now, the only one left. Leggle hiding in the wrong location, does get shot from behind. What could have been a cap there from Boss Fight turns into a W for Dead Logic. Now bringing them up with a 3-2 lead. If we continue to trade Volk rounds, I've said it, Dead Logic gonna win. And so Boss Fight now facing what could be match point for Dead Logic.
And that's the tough decision that you have to make as an attacker there. Legil, does he take out that last member of Dead Logic that he knows is running around there somewhere? They got the revive. Maybe he didn't know that that member was down, as it was only a trade between, I think it was Woods and Navi. Scooby and Navi, sorry. So he probably wasn't aware of that. He just saw the down and thought maybe he was off there. But they only had, what, 30 seconds, 10 seconds remaining, so he did have to make that split decision, and this is what we were talking about. Some of these teams now, they're using every second that they can in the round. Is it good? Is it bad? It's hard to decide, really. I mean, when you get in that position there with the pressure of the timer, as a Morsok attacker, it's not a nice position to be in. It's a good position for Volk, knowing, you know, 10 seconds left to stay up, but also you have that air of doubt as to where that Morsok attacker is. Are they already on the objective, you know, and it works against both teams, really.
That we are heading into round 6 now as Dead Logic attempts the offensive on the same objective. Boss Fight know that they need to hold this down and take their last attempt there if they have any plans of taking this map. And Dead Logic no longer need a cap, they just need a kill. Just one more point for Dead Logic will secure the map here. So far we have just been trading Volk rounds so far though. No one able to quite pierce the other's defense. We could easily see a round 7 here.
I think I was hearing Snow explain to somebody how to use the M203 there?
Possibly. I do believe Snow has taken it several times now, and perhaps somebody else taken that role.
The question is, though, is this a stage in the game where you want to be taking a weapon that you're probably not au fait with? And I think in some situations it could cause more issues than it solves.
Looks like Navi has opted to pick the 203 up this time around.
Oh, we've got 5 minutes, so it's fine.
Perhaps there's a devious plot there.
I'm interested to see.
Yeah. Perhaps Snow just not able to take that role, had different plans this time, and they still wanted someone with the ability to launch that out. We will see how that plays out here. Scooby throwing down some fire into the sky, likely just to... Yep, we do get some calling out from Archer in the responsive fire from Scooby.
Oaks.
Drawing out the location of one of Dead Logic's members.
We can see Oaks here taking his same kind of spot, checking the same corner that he was hiding in, expecting a boss fight member to be sitting in there, but no one is going to be there. Little Sayonara, though, just on the other side of this, so we will be hearing all this communication. And both of these are English teams, so one thing you sometimes see in EU matchups are the different languages being used, and you can communicate freely a lot of the time, but he's going to understand every word that's being said here.
Echo 4 outpost, Echo 4 outpost.
Legal able to get a great pick onto George. Bringing us down to a 4v5. Oaks and Little Sayonara now just across the Hesco from each other. Oaks likely completely unaware of Little Sayonara's position. In 2 or 3 goes out and goes wide. Does not connect.
Okay, that means the south push is good to go.
Furious Daddy and Little Sayonara now both looking to get picked up by Little Sayonara. An excellent swing out on Oak's attempt to move around the Hescos. Does get a double kill there. We are now into a 2v5. Navi going to be able to identify Little Sayonara's position, but Snow is not synced up with her team here and is not going to be in a position to support.
This is certainly a different method of approaching this objective. I think maybe they're anticipating a little bit of resistance, considering George and Oaks both went down in that central area, along with Furious Daddy. So I wonder if this is just where they, where she is deciding, I need to be away from all this. But I can see the drone from her as well, by the looks of it, which explains why potentially there was no M203 from her.
Interesting. There was an attempt at the drone play here, but now Snow is getting danger close to OBJ here. So far, completely... It's an execution kill on Legal. Wood's now going to identify that and is going to pick Snow up. Navi able to pick up Little Sayonara, but now 1v3 with boss fight knowing that exactly where the last Dead Logic member is.
And this is going to be the tough bit for Navi now, sitting on 10 kills and 3 deaths. Certainly making waves at the moment, but they've got so many people to take out in such awkward positions that the footsteps and everything. Woods is going to be hearing this, but Scooby also spotting Navi, who will get taken out backwards.
And tying us up 3-3 as we get another Volk win. It all comes down to this. Boss fight and Dead Logic's last shot at taking the map. And with this having been such a Volk-heavy map so far, we now see a completely new type of objective as we head into the little warehouse here. This objective, 4 entrances, a very, let's say, rectangular objective. We have 1 door on each wall, and so we often see a very tight defense here. It'll be interesting to see how Dead Logic mix that up, if they stick with everyone staying inside, if they get a little cheeky with some flank defenses here. But without anyone taking a Marsoc round, Dead Logic currently the favorite to take the map.
I would just like to also point out that the first map, well, this is the first map for this round, but also beginners did take their map over on VR Master League against Raptors. So these teams aren't going to have that knowledge. But to put it in perspective, basically, this has opened up everything kind of now. You know, boss fight gonna need this point desperately. Dead Logic yet to really get a point yet. So if they take this from boss fight, that just basically evens things up between them, Raptors, and boss fight, and so they need this.
Absolutely. With if Dead Logic takes this map, then they are back in the running. They're a little behind going the two map losses in the first set, but if they can take this map from boss fight, then they are definitely going to be back in the running for taking one of those 2 seeds from today's matches.
Yeah, and you know, it'd be awesome if they could take that, because that, like we say, you know, it just opens things up so much for each team, and they will have even more morale from that, you know, knowing we've taken a map from boss fight, we're nearly 2-1 from beginners, we're still in the standings, so it's definitely a key point for both sides really at the moment.
And Dead Logic opting for a very off-meta defense here. They have one defensive player inside the objective room. Furious Daddy identifies the drone. Looks like he was able to take that out, so that will give away only his position here. He's rotating back to the objective. The remaining defenders are all internally focused. They're going to be encountering Archer and Little Sayonara here. But outside of that, the remaining boss fight offense is going to be primarily focused on George and Furious Daddy. Well, that said, we have had a drop. There are only 4 members of boss fight to make this attack. Not what you want to see when such a Volk-heavy map is thus far not looking to go in their favor.
We may eat a flash. He could be holding close right. He could have reloaded.
Now, that's certainly something you don't want at this stage in the game, but Little Sayonara is evening things up now. Unfortunately, though, Oak's going to be very well aware of what's going on, but he has successfully called out Oak's position also, so he isn't going to go into this blind. The question now is, does he carry on with that approach, or does he do what he needs to and go through the carry on going through the tunnels?
The pickup there does bring us to a 4v4. Get a little bit of a rotation from Na'Vi back closer to the objective. George going to be keenly aware of Woods' position after Woods does some pre-firing on a meta defensive location. Scooby firing in on another meta defense location, but so far Dead Logic is not playing that way. They are mixing things up here and doing the unexpected so far.
Oh, what a nade! Brilliant nade from Little Sayonara, perfectly placed it exactly where Oaks was kind of covering, and opens up this push now for him and Archer.
And that is exactly what Boss Fight needs here to bring it to a 4-3 and give them their shot at taking what could be the only Marsoc win for the entirety of the Snow Peak matchup.
And this is where it's going to start getting tough for Boss Fight. Yes, they're getting the picks from outside the room, but being inside the room is exactly where Volk want them, so that they can just like create those choke points and just push them out as they try and enter. So utility usage is going to be the important bit for here, but I've heard a lot come out from Boss Fight now, so I'm just wondering how much exactly do they have left?
Copy friendly, copy friendly. I wish I had Legil's tube. I don't know where he died.
Scooby calling out that Legil was the one that carried the M203, but was unaware of where that death occurred. And so, because that was actually a disconnect...
Remember, guys, we don't need a cap. We just need to fucking win.
They are not going to be aware of what happened to Legil there. Scooby calling out that they don't need the cap, they just need the point.
He's still outside.
Well, Woods is determined to get this. He's attacking this angle perfectly, but the attack coming in from Dead Logic now, from Boss Fight even, taking out the remaining member of Dead Logic, giving Boss Fight this map, and the crucial map that is.
What an excellently coordinated offensive there. The only member they lost being the disconnect there. Just a perfectly executed push from all sides, tears apart Dead Logic's defense. Just a great show from Boss Fight.
That it was indeed, and we are now going into the we're just looking at the scores currently, and Little Sayonara 7 kills, 5 deaths. Woods 43 on 9 kills, 5 deaths. Navi over on Dead Logic sitting on 10 kills and 5 deaths. So these teams or their players are putting in that serious work.
What do we think we're going to see for a map 2? Looks like it'll be Dead Logic's pick. Are we going to see Bazaar? We are. Dead Logic bringing Bazaar back from their first matchup. They did well against beginners here. It makes sense that they would bring it back out against Boss Fight.
I mean, this is definitely going to be the kind of logical choice for Dead Logic, seeing as they did so well against beginners on this map, and they're going to be very well warmed up on it. Going into the first objective is going to be this South Street one, which unfortunately they weren't able to successfully defend against beginners. So I'm wondering if they're going to kind of readjust their defense from that map and try and not let the Marsok attackers get as much ground as they were allowed in the last time they did this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they'll mix that up, much the same way we saw Boss Fight picking Snow Peak again. We now see Dead Logic picking Bazaar again, and with the fresh win under their belt from their fight with beginners here, you know that they are going to be looking to repeat that, but also learn from their mistakes. As you're saying, they did give up a lot of ground, and in some of those matchups that ended very close, it was a 3-4 with beginners and Dead Logic. So it'll be interesting to see what they've learned from that in just this short time.
Right. We are probably going to see a bit of a roster change also now for the Boss Fight side. Again, like we mentioned earlier, this team and beginners, they really like to swap people in and out on the rounds based on who's best suited for this objective or for this map. So we are seeing IC Woods now loading in, so we are going to see both the Woods brothers and also Radar Head. So I'm wondering how that's actually going to change things up for the team here. Maybe Dead Logic now dealing with 2 new players. It's a different playstyle that they've now got to contend with and adjust to.
Definitely shaping up to be an excellent fight here between Dead Logic and Boss Fight. Meanwhile, we are seeing Bazaar over on the other channel as well. Looks like Raptor is currently 2 up on beginners. We will see some double Bazaar action between the 2 channels. south objective here, Boss Fight is going to know that this objective is capped. You can get this one from inside, from outside, and so much like the West Mini Market objective, this one is going to be difficult to defend with only one player remaining. And so Dead Logic likely to take the pick apart the defense and push at the last minute strategy we have seen from so many teams today that has been so effective. That said, it has also cost some time. And we have seen some rounds come down to the last 15 seconds, and we are likely to see that again with these pushes here on Bazaar.
That we are, so I mean, I think we are just having some final deliberations, so what a better time really to just do another shout out really to the sponsors, as it's always good, you know, ProTube VR, HyperX, VR Cover, VRML, Downpour Interactive, and Nightfire himself.
A perfect segue into our first round. We do see a northeast spawn for Dead Logic. Coming in here, they know that they cannot give up any more maps here. They need to take this one out if they're going to stay in the runnings.
That is correct. So they are definitely going to be feeling that pressure now. I mean, on the face of it, they seem to have learned from that beginner's offensive, and Snow opting to do a very similar approach as what Strayjack did in that one, where they're just plowing some fire into the objective building to gain some good ground. And if we also look at the boss fight defense, they are opting to allow Dead Logic to gain so much ground in this southeast that I just wonder if they're going to get surrounded early on.
Scooby able to pick up Oaks with a very long angle that is going to cut down any possibility of a push here in the west. We do meanwhile have the two Dead Logic members who have rotated all the way south will be approaching Radarhead's position, but Boss Fight sticking with a very south-focused defense and a very west-heavy defense as well, with Icy Woods and Little Sayonara both kind of coming at the objective from the south here visually. Woods is really the only thing that stands in the way of a cap coming in directly from the north.
What seemed to be quite an aggressive attack definitely slowed up just a little bit now, as the Dead Logic attackers get a little bit more cautious on how they're approaching, and I think that just comes down to probably the pressure of this round and knowing what this map actually means to them.
Absolutely, knowing that they just barely lost on, Bazaar before. They just barely lost Snow Peak just a moment ago. They have been playing extremely well. Everything has been close, but they need this. They need to turn this one around, because if they lose a fourth map, the odds of moving on go to almost zero. Radarhead able to pick up Navi.
Oh, the team kill. That's an unfortunate moment, really, and Not really at this time where you want to be getting those team kills in. Unfortunately for Dead Logic, that is going to give Boss Fight the upper hand.
Yeah, what was already shaping up to be a difficult push from Dead Logic is now a little bit worse off as we are down to a 2v5. The radar ahead is going to be the first big challenge for them here, though Icy Woods looks like they might be rotating. They might encounter Icy sooner rather than later. Furious Daddy slowly making his way through the south here. Looks like Radar Head not expecting it so far. Even if they're able to get Radar, they are going to have to get through Little Sayonara, and that is not a meta position. They are not likely to expect them to be perched up above the south there.
Yeah, that spot, I think that one definitely comes down to experience. That used to be a very, very common spot early seasons on. Like there, George was expecting it, and a great smoke from Furious Daddy does cover Radar's vision. Unfortunately, though, he's not able to actually find the shots. Icy Woods will be able to pick him off, and George just caught out in the open for Radar to pick off.
An excellent defensive hold from Boss Fight does put them up to begin here on Bazaar. A great position to start things off as they attempt now the same objective. It'll be interesting to see how Dead Logic shake things up from their planned defense against beginners. I do believe they were not successful at defending this one their first time around.
We'll just have to see now. This is the one the beginners did take the final point on in their last one, so they're definitely going to be apprehensive about where the push is coming from. But like we said, you know, maybe they're going to opt to kind of protect that southeast, as that is where the brunt of the attacks seem to be coming from, and both teams leaving that open to Marsoc at the moment.
Spicy plays in store for sure. Furious Daddy likely kicking himself in the tent there for the team kill. But with the advantage, Boss Fight held there on the defense, likely not something that made a huge difference in the end. Boss Fight was dominating on their defensive round there. So it'll be interesting to see how Dead Logic approach the same defensive objective here. We do see a northwest spawn from Boss Fight.
Definitely will change things up a little bit. You're gonna not see people get to that eastern side as quick as you will, obviously, from the eastern spawn. And it doesn't look like Dead Logic are going to be reacting to the fact that they got 2 out from the east last time. Little Sayonara, though, finding George on his cross very early.
Fuck now, I got that shot. I didn't even see me get him. Fucking let's go.
An excellent pickup right away here from Boss Fight is going to put the defense from Dead Logic in a bit of a turmoil here, as now there is no one in the east. That said, the defense did start in the west, and so the Boss Fight offensive did start in the west, and so this heavy west defense here might play to their advantage and help them slow this down.
And the true question now comes down to Dead Logic and how they're actually going to react to the fact that, you know, nobody's in this blue room. And that blue room position is important, really, to be watching anyone approaching from the west, which is where we're going to expect the Boss Fight offensive to come from.
Absolutely. And now Scooby with a very clean path to the OBJ. They'll be able to capture Blue Room if they so choose. Snow really the only one with eyes on that direction. A great line down the east. Oaks able to pick up radar head here. Smoking out Snow's position is going to allow this cross.
And those
the two woods here.
Those smokes there did also save Icy Woods, as Oaks was watching through the gap in the window onto his position, but just couldn't quite land the shots as he made that cross. And he's going to have a pretty straight run now to the objective.
Only 3 members of Dead Logic left up for the defense, and Scooby slowly making his way across the central market here. Until Snow, there's really nothing that's going to slow that down. That is a lot of real estate to give up to Boss Fight's offensive here. Furious trades with Little Sayonara. Little Sayonara still resible, so able to get the call out there. And Woods 43 able to come back in for that revive is going to turn this into a 2v4.
I got right, you get left.
With Icy Woods now above Oaks. Smokes out to help Scooby cross here. Snow is now the last remaining defender.
He's moving with the smoke by the looks of it in his hand. Well, unfortunately, Icy Woods will finish off Snow, not allowing Boss Fight that cap. But the cap was most definitely on there.
A little communication that they were in cap position might have changed that trade, but that also could have meant that Snow would be able to rotate out and prevent the cap as well. Definitely Boss Fight's point there. Potential cap doesn't come out, but still a dominating lead here, 2-0 on Dead Logic's map. We now move to arguably one of the most hated objectives in Bazaar. The Kaya objective is dangerously cappable. This objective you can cap from places of cover in probably a dozen different locations, and with that, Boss Fight has a hard defense on their hands, but also a possible cap when it comes their turn to attack this objective. Which, even if Dead Logic caps, they will get that opportunity here, being the 0 and 2. And so it'll be interesting to see how these teams approach this very difficult to defend objective. With that, we go into round 3 on map 2.
You are right there, Lord Visceral. This is such a tough objective to attack and to defend, really. You know, it all comes down to who's getting those picks early on. If Marsoc are getting the early picks onto Volk, then they're gonna have to rotate around the objective so much. Yet if Volk are getting picks onto Marsoc, they can easily kind of shut down most entrances and finish off the remaining few.
Absolutely, and the defensive plan from Boss Fight is looking to be very wide from the objective here. Getting some call-outs of people identifying each other's sound from Icy Woods and George. Meanwhile, Dead Logic has captured the northeast. Going to be encountering a very long line from Little Sayonara. A defensive position that we commonly see for the West Market. but not a very common defensive position for Kayet. So it'll be interesting to see if they are able to anticipate that move from boss fight.
You were not wrong. That is certainly a kind of like off-the-cuff kind of spot, and I think Oaks may have just saw a glimpse of Little Sayonara as he did call out, you know, is somebody sitting over there? But that range, it is so far from this window. It just, you know, you can never be 100%.
Nothing. It's not. I don't think it's a person.
Yep, and then just not sure amongst themselves. Oaks is pretty confident that it's not a person over there, but you can just see that yellow laser pushing through this wall, and when those shots come out onto snow, that is definitely going to give him the knowledge that, you know, the North Road is definitely not clear.
Looks like Navi has identified Scooby's position, but not able to shoot through the fountain here. That is going to give away their position in the center market. Scooby able to pick up George in blue room there, while lots of fire is being exchanged in the north. They're definitely aware of Little Sayonara's position now. They do drop off of that position to cover the north from a different location.
Yo, West team, any updates?
Meanwhile, Navi is getting closer and closer to the objective. Does attempt to trade with Icy Woods. Nothing connecting so far. A frag goes wide, but now both Woods and Scooby acutely aware of Navi's position. But that does provide the distraction Furious needs to take the stairs in the northeast of Market. Frag just bouncing off the wrong direction. They're not going to catch Icy Woods. But Furious in a great position to pick up Scooby. Furious able to distract both of them does help Navi push up and get the double kill, leaving just Radar and Little Sayonara here to prevent this cap.
And that is that's the tough. That was what we were talking about earlier. You know, once Small Soccer getting those picks there, Little Sayonara picked off by Navi. All they've got to do is just sit there and just keep an eye on things. Radar also going to get picked off now, giving Dead Logic their first point for this map.
Excellent job stopping the momentum from boss fight, get their point on the board. And as I was saying, a very Marsoc heavy objective. We now are going to have to see Dead Logic hold their ground against Boss Fight, who might be thinking cap here. They're in the range of cap ending the map and the series and securing themselves a third map win. And that could well be exactly what's on their mind here. We get the cap, we end it out, and we put ourselves in the running for one of those seats.
Indeed, and let's not forget, like you say, you know, how tough this objective really can actually be for both sides. You know, there isn't going to be a one true route of taking this. It all comes down to the positioning and which side gets those early picks.
Absolutely. You know, Dead Logic, after just successfully attacking, they are going to be worried about their own defensive plan here. Will they spread out the defense like Boss Fight did and play it a little loose, or will they keep it tucked in tight and just work on preventing that cap?
I must say though, I am really looking forward to how this one goes. Boss Fight going to be aggressive, I would imagine, on this objective with this 2-point lead, or well, 1-point lead, and try and work out a way of getting that cap.
You see a southwest spawn here from Boss Fight.
Guys,
The
feel free to be on
opposite
the side
end,
of the mini market. In the fence here. Don't stay there too long.
they are calling out that they have to be worried about these long angles. And Woods attempting to use the long angle doesn't quite connect with Snow and Oaks, but they are able to give away their spawn with that and draw Dead Logic back away from this west direction here to allow really a quick push up from Icy Woods and Scooby. Meanwhile, Radar and Woods throwing some fire down onto the objective, help draw some attention away from this northwest push. Meanwhile, Oaks is rotated into a very meta position to defend the north from the northwest, hiding right behind the dumpster here. Excellent cover, great lines of sight from that. Some calling out from George, identifying that there is absolutely no defense in the east. Now, lucky for them, there's also no boss fight in the east. So they will perhaps do some rotating to adjust for that weakness after that call out.
And that does just go to show, you know, how important callouts can be and how they can actually probably work against you. Now, if somebody does try that rotation and go there, I think they're going to be in a position where Boss Fight are going to be watching and probably take them out on the North Street. And if they take anyone away from the east, then if they take anyone away from the west, then they're just weakening that side. But quick look on the map, it does look like Boss Fight are opting to actually take that east side, knowing that probably it's open, as they've more than likely seen the Dead Logic defenders moving around, taking shots at them. So, you know, reading the map well, reading the situation well, to be able to take that.
Yeah, that call out from George identifying the weakness in the east, while it didn't really matter then, is definitely going to matter now. Oh, is it almost a team kill comes out here as Radar gets spooked from behind and does drop Woods, but is able to get the revive there. Those shots will identify that a push is going to happen from the east, as the Dead Logic defense will have heard those shots come out, and the west has been largely quiet as of late. So Dead Logic going to be questioning where the push is going to be coming from Boss Fight.
We are still about just over 3 minutes into this round now, and yet to actually see a kill for either side. I mean, obviously, nearly had that team kill. Well, things happen, and so you know, it's going to get harder and harder for Boss Fight to be able to attack this objective with a cap, as they're going to end up with that time constraint that we've seen happen to them so often this series, where they're coming down to the very last minute and then rushing their attack, and they do get taken out at that point. So hopefully we don't see that happen this time.
We are going to see Little Sayonara and Oaks battling it out here, and Little Sayonara able to take out Oaks' position. Snow, meanwhile, able to push up and get Icy Woods, bringing us down to a 4-4 with 2 minutes remaining here. Scooby is going to be watching for Snow to poke her head back out there. Calls out her location. Snow looking to keep it tucked in so far. Little Sayonara able to take out Furious, while Navi is able to take out Woods. Scooby finds Snow, bringing us down to a 3v2.
Both sides.
Just Navi and George left to prevent this cap.
And both sides just trading these kills at the moment, as one goes down, the other goes down, and then another goes down, and they are trading these kills. And we are gonna, it is gonna get a lot harder for Dead Logic on this defense, as there's just, as we've said, so many angles that you need to be covering, and as it stands, the front and the back are both being attacked.
Radar Head is inside Kiat and on the second floor. Danger close for a cap here, but is instead watching for these kills and gets both remaining defenders, securing the third point for boss fight. I don't know, at this point, Dead Logic has got to be concerned. If they lose this map, they are no longer in the running. This could end their season right here. We are following a little bit of the Beginners v Raptors over there, and they are tied up. And so we could be seeing Beginners possibly getting a fourth map win over there, possibly securing their spot in one of the 2 seeds, while Boss Fight struggles to put their third win up here, and Dead Logic attempting to prevent that from happening and keep themselves in the running as they move into set 3. But first, we will have to see how Bizarre plays out here as Dead Logic attempt their first assault onto this new southeast objective in the courtyard here.
Boss Fight got to be feeling pretty confident in this objective now, and being able to kind of approach it, while defend it in a little bit of a looser fashion, knowing that they are ahead, and they can probably play it just a little bit more fluid, probably. So that's what I'm kind of expecting to probably see from this side.
Absolutely, this is an objective that we did not see in the last rounds between Dead Logic and Beginners, so it'll be a fresh one. It'll be interesting to see how they mix things up here. Stay alive in this now 1v3 against Boss Fight.
Again, we just looking at the time as well for that last one, down to the last 46 seconds again. You know, we are seeing this more and more now from this Boss Fight side, where they are using all the time that they possibly can on any of these approaches, and that's where their attack is coming in. It's always in that last minute, and hopefully Dead Logic are starting to pick up on this and react as they need to, but maybe it's just too late in the game now.
And I just got word from Boss Fight, we are going to have a little bit of a timeout here, so we will cut to intermission for a few minutes and come back to you live with some more high-intensity Onward action.
Welcome back to round number 5 as we see Boss Fight 3-1 up against the Dead Logic attackers. Now, Boss Fight are defending this objective, which is the southeastern courtyard. A bit of a newer objective if you are a kind of long-standing member. These have only recently been added in, so teams still probably not 100% au fait with how things will go on this.
A smoke comes out from Dead Logic to help the Crosshair. Is going to give away their push as Scooby notes the smoke there. We do have Radar Head able to pick one up in the northeast here. That is going to slow down this attack. That said, we do have some heavy southwest action going on here as Furious Daddy and Oaks are making their rotation in for a flank.
We can see little Sayonara trained on this northeastern position. Snow not too sure whether she can push out of this blue room, and little Sayonara though is going to be watching for that movement.
One in blue room.
And Radarhead successfully calls out Snow's position, so little Sayonara definitely not going to be changing their position anytime soon.
Scooby picks Navi up as they attempt to rotate back into the market. An excellent start for Boss Fight here, bringing us to a 3v5.
Confirmed. Echo 3.
Furious and Oaks soon to be encountering Woods and Woods in the south here, covering their
this guy,
approach.
I think, just came out of Red Alley. He came out of Red Alley, so it may have been the blue room guy.
Excellent call out from Scooby, identifying that there's 1 unknown and 2 in the south, so they are aware that Oaks and Furious Daddy are pushing in from the south here. Do not know the exact reason that they know that, but they have identified that push, possibly during the cross.
Yeah, you can't.
Snow here about to run into Scooby's line.
Yeah, you can't forget some of these players, Scooby and the Woods brothers. You know, they've played for so long now that there is very minimal you can do without them spotting. So the teams that do do beat like Boss Fight and Beginners and teams like that are the ones that are trying those newer methods of approaching things.
Snow able to get safely out of their location. That does go down to Little Sayonara in the north here, meaning that these last 2, Oaks and Furious, are the only ones remaining. Woods 43 identifying Oaks and unable to quite pick up the kill. Holding a tight angle through the alley here. We do see a flash come out that pops high. As now Oaks versus Icy Woods. Icy Woods goes down, but Woods 43 able to pick up Furious Daddy, meaning that Oaks is the only thing standing between Boss Fight and their 3rd map win here. Little Sayonara does pick up the kill, securing the map and the series for Boss Fight. Just excellent hold there from Boss Fight to pick apart that defense and really make themselves a contender for one of the seeds here. Following the other matchup over there, it looks like the Beginners and Raptors traded maps 1-1, and so I do believe that puts Beginners in the lead here, with Raptors and Boss Fight really fighting for the 2nd spot in the final next week.
Nope, right you are there, Visceral. It's been a heck of a matchup really between these 2 teams. Dead Logic unfortunate with their Snow Peak map and not able to take that last vault round, and Boss Fight having a bit of a commanding lead on this map. So I guess we will go into a very short intermission again, whilst the next teams do set themselves up. We are going to be catching Dead Logic taking on Raptors, I believe, here on VRML 1 next, and over on VR Master League we will be seeing beginners and boss fights, and now that is going to be a matchup that you do not want to miss. So make sure you have both streams running at the same time so that you can be seeing both games live. Welcome back to VRML 1. I'm your host, Jamie, over here with Lord Visceral today, bringing you the final round of the round robin Group B challenge today. And it's been a fun day, hasn't it, really, Visceral?
Oh, yeah, we have seen some amazing plays. A shout out to the first matchup we saw today, where I witnessed what could have been the first time in a postseason match someone has disabled the uplink. Just some amazing plays today.
That it has been, and we've seen so much really, and some fantastic plays that I think now we're going to maybe see a different side, being, you know, this NA versus EU matchup. The question's going to be, how is Dead Logic going to perform, and how are they going to counteract the Raptors playstyle? I mean, I don't think they've actually come across too often each other in these tournaments, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, with the possible exception of some scrimming or a little button cup action, the last time these teams would have played against each other would have been the possibly the round robin from last year. I know they were both in it. I don't know if they were both in the same group, but it has been a bit of time for them.
That it has, and whilst we do wait on the game to start, I mean, we could quickly go into the bans for these guys. So on the face of it, we are looking at a quarantine and a bazaar ban over from the Dead Logic side. But what are we seeing from Raptors?
From Raptors, we have seen Abandoned and Tanker get banned, and so that leaves a lot of maps up for choosing here. And speaking of the map choice, Dead Logic is home, but they have opted to pick a side. They are starting out as Volk here and letting Raptors choose the map, and so we will be beginning round one here on Downfall, with the Raptors having made that call.
And let's not wait for any longer to get into this action now. We are, as you say, going to see round number one of the third round of the Round Robin Cup.
We see a North Hotel spawn for Raptors. Going to give them a lot of options for how to approach here. Rypick running back to get a long kill on Furious Daddy to, while giving away their spawn, secure an excellent pickup to help shut down this plan from Dead Logic on how they'll be defending here. Raptors won't know it right off the bat, but they just took out the team lead. They took out the captain. It will be interesting to see how Dead Logic adapt to that. There are other players that can help fill that lead role, but a crucial pickup there to start off the map for Raptors.
Yeah, and Marksman, a known sniper, so that's probably why they decided to go for this map. And Snow is successfully spotting out Marksman, and it definitely took a couple shots onto him. And as Snow rightfully predicted there, it certainly slowed his approach down from North Hotel.
Meanwhile, Raz and soldiers have moved in and captured Center Hotel. They are getting danger close to the objective with a full 3.5 minutes left.
One north Rock, south Rock.
And lasers trained in on George's position. They are both keenly aware that that is going to be a meta defense location. The shots do not connect, however. George still safely tucked in tight there.
So The key thing when it comes to Downfall, if you are new to the Onward scene, this kind of map really relies on Volk to be able to just cover set angles and basically wait for Marsoc to approach in their line of sight. And that's exactly what Dead Logic are trying to do at the moment. And it can be tough as people slowly start getting picked down. And what they need to be doing also is basically stopping the Marsoc approach, be it with suppressive fire, getting those picks, and I'll make that time dwindle as Marsoc slowly get into the final minutes. They do start feeling that pressure of having to attack, and that's where the mistakes start to get made.
Yeah, absolutely. With just over 2 minutes left on the clock, the Raptors still have 5 up, and the Dead Logic defense still tucked in very tight. We've got Oaks out farthest away and trading shots with Messino as they both identified each other's location. Soldiers still trying to get a pick onto George on the objective here. Some shots between Raz and Snow, but still nothing connecting since the first kill. We get some utility coming out from Rypick.
On the face of it, though, I think that's just kind of to try and make the Volk defenders move around just a little bit more. No one really kind of using those smokes at the moment for an approach, but Soldiers is slowly making his way to the lower dumpster building, and that's going to be a key position on this approach. But Nabulus perfectly placed to be able to just see Soldiers as he's moving around.
Oh, a very well-thrown frag. Almost catches George, but he tucks in tight just in time. Rypick able to take out Navi, leaving 4 Raptors up to 2 Dead Logic. Oaks downed out there in the southeast, not going to be able to provide much in the way of call-outs or support. Messino able to pick up Snow before she could grab Rypick. Rypick now on objective, dueling with George for control here. Rypick shouting to get the cap in an attempt to force George to peek the angle, and convinces him to do just that and pulls out the win. An excellent push for Raptors to start out the matchup.
And yeah, that is definitely a crucial point as well for the Raptors side. I mean, this map definitely requires that Marsoc win to be able to go into it with some high hopes, and the attack there from Raptors, albeit a little rushed and a lot of shouting amongst themselves, but the cohesion was there. They were able to get the smokes out that they needed to just cause that distraction and make the players move around, and that's what allowed them to get those picks.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how Dead Logic approach the same objective and how Raptors will defend the objective that they just secured.
I feel like we may potentially see a little bit more drone usage coming out from the Dead Logic side as Snow opts to take that, and that is one thing that seems to be missing from the Raptor side, is they didn't happen to use the drone there, and we've seen a lot of that usage tonight, and that just goes to show these higher level teams now are opting to use that equipment, whereas a few seasons ago, probably unheard of, it was just seen more of an inconvenience, but I think players now are actually starting to see the benefits to using that drone.
Absolutely. We do have a northwest spawn here coming in from Dead Logic as we begin round 2. Doesn't look like we have any drones coming out from this team right now.
Oh, sorry, bro. I'm dumb.
As Raptors begin to plan or get into place for their defensive plan. Marksman just making it inside before those shots connect there. Oh no, George takes out Oaks while attempting to get a Volk player here. And then goes down to soldiers. An unfortunate situation does result in 3 left attacking from Dead Logic.
Yeah, what a turn of events there. That, you know, it just goes to show the pressure that these two teams are facing at the moment. This is where mistakes are more than likely going to be getting made. And Raz perfectly spotting Snow there, hiding behind the red truck, watching in on that objective building, which has very quickly shut down this Dead Logic approach.
A 4th attacker goes down. Just downed, could be revivable so far. Some attempts to finish that off, but we are left with Furious Daddy against 5 Raptors.
And with that confirmed now, Navi isn't going to be able to give those much-needed call-outs over to Furious Daddy. And he is very well on his own. And just like that, though, everything does go silent. He can't give away his position too early on, and that smoke is going to do just that. So Raptors going to be able to kind of train their positions on this mid-hotel advance.
They likely do not have an accurate kill count because of that one team kill that came in. So they could be expecting there to be 2 more Dead Logic up. But they do know where Furious is at, and he has taken some shots from Rypick, who is now rotating off of the location he was just shooting from. We have some utility coming out to try and slow this push. None of them going to connect here. With a little over 2 minutes left in the clock, it is not looking good for Dead Logic on this, but almost able to pick him up in time. It does end in a trade, and the Raptors secure their 2nd point for map 1.
Raptors definitely going out with such a commanding lead really at the moment, and purely dominating on this map, which is unfortunate, but you know, this was the Raptors pick, so they're definitely confident on this. Dead Logic having to really go back to the drawing board at the moment and work out how they can stop Raptors from gaining any more momentum really.
Absolutely, and we are moving into a very different objective. This one is one of the newest objectives added to Downfall, and was very controversial at the beginning, as there was, let's say, too quick spawn. You sometimes have spawns that are just quicker than others, but when this one first came out, there was a spawn that allowed Marsoc to decimate Volk before they could even get to the building. I do believe that spawn has been adjusted, so it's not quite as fast as it used to be. But we still could see some very quick action here if they do get quick spawn.
And you can see just in the chat at the moment, there is a little bit of talk about where these two teams are currently placing. So basically we are still in the round robin stages. So what this means is basically teams are playing for those spots in the semi-finals and the finals. Dead Logic technically behind and possibly not got a chance of going into those finals, but what they can do at this stage is stop Raptors from being able to get into the finals also. Boss Fight having a similar score to Raptors, meaning that any map loss really here is going to get them out of the running, so they are determined on this. And we we are going to see some very early shots coming out from Raptors onto Dead Logic's positions, and that is one out and one down.
At lower red. Bungalow just east of lower red.
And Marksman is getting those call-outs using the 12x that he has, and it's such an important role for this map, being able to have that kind of oversight on the positioning of the enemy, and it allows your other Marsoc kind of attackers to be able to gain a little bit more ground as you get that suppressive fire.
Yeah, Messino now taking a very crucial objective for Raptors. This location on Downfall is a strategically important one for offense or defense to hold when attacking or defending this objective. And with those picks coming in early, the Raptors are in an excellent position here to be able to take advantage of that.
So expect a push from the
Oaks, though, is in such a good spot, really, for defending this objective. Sitting at the back there behind these two rocks, he is able to stop any Raptors approaches as they get out in the open. But again, this does just come down to one of those where you need to be really disciplined in your spot and just wait for them to get out in the open. There is no cover on this map.
Raz goes down to Furious Daddy with a wide hold on this objective, being down in Marsoc Twins, and I'm not 100% sure that Soldiers is aware of that location. Raz was calling out some location information here, but so far, Soldiers is more focused on Oak's position than on Furious.
And certainly, Oaks has basically put a stop to this kind of approach coming from the South Valleys. And as Raptors, again, start to dwindle down on that time, they're going to be coming into the last minute with a lot of ground to push and a lot of Dead Logic defenders to take out.
An excellent smoke onto Snow's position. Does roll off the roof and will become less helpful, let's say, but it was a good toss and thought it was going to be clean there.
That's what it was.
Meanwhile,
Very nice.
Marksman has gone way out into the hills and is now attempting to take Snow out of her position. Soldiers, meanwhile, has been able to revive Raz, who goes down to Oaks. Ooh, Snow able to take out both of them. Rypick getting downed as well, with Marksman finally able to finish off Snow. But we are down to a 2v1 with Messino coming up right behind Oaks and securing round 3, giving them a powerful 3-0 lead on the first map.
Yeah, very unfortunate, really, for the Dead Logic side there, as that defense wasn't all that bad, really. They were doing just what they needed to in kind of putting a stop to the Raptors' approach, and Marksman being so far out, he would have been in a position, if he was the remaining member of Marsoc, that he's now got to run in. So really, Oaks was so unfortunate that Messino was able to just approach his position whilst he was distracted there, trying to take out Marksman. But it was a solid defense, really, from Dead Logic. You know, Snow trying to get those picks also herself, and did successfully get them, but unfortunately just got picked off out in the open.
Dead Logic definitely have their work cut out for them here if they are going to maintain any ground against Raptors. Now, Dead Logic attempting to assault the same objective out here. We'll see how Raptors choose to defend this one. If Raptors are able to secure this, they put themselves in an excellent position to be able to secure one of the 2 seeds. will still depend on how things go over with boss fight and beginners. At this point, any of the three of those are still in, still can be out. As with that, we do head into round 4 as Raptors attempt to shut down Dead Logic. A little bit of technical issues there. The round will begin shortly.
Looks like somebody didn't actually load in there.
Shouldn't be a big slowdown for us. We should be beginning in here soon. But yeah, with that, Dead Logic is... their season is basically over at this point. They are primarily just trying to get the points on the board and slow down the Raptors here. And the Raptors are really going to be fighting with beginners and boss fight score-wise to determine who gets to move on and battle against Rome and Error 404 in the semifinals this coming Saturday.
There's such a crucial moment, really, for both sides, you know, like say, okay, Dead Logic may be out, but, you know, they still have the ability at the moment to basically end Raptors' hopes and dreams. This is a true Cinderella story, really, when you think about it. You know, they're coming up from behind and taking out that team. It'd definitely be a bit of a shake-up, but Raptors currently looking so strong for this that we need to they need to carry on with this momentum, really.
Yeah, they are fighting to maintain their title. They were the season 11 champions, Raptors were, and so they need to win both maps against Dead Logic to really have that solid chance. If they just take one of them, they're not 100% out of the running. It really comes down to that other round, but they are definitely wanting to put their best foot forward, and
not quite sure what happened there. Looks like another round reset.
while we're waiting for that, what do we think we are going to see for a second map here? Do we think we'll see a subway? That's kind of what I'm thinking. We haven't seen a lot of subway play, but it's not one of the bands this time. I'm thinking Raptors might pull out a subway for map number 2. What do you think?
Yeah, well, you know, it's definitely possible. I believe that is definitely one of their, I think that's one of their stronger maps, isn't it? Subway. And I know that for Dead Logic, it certainly used to be a strong map for them and more of a favorite. But times change, you know, Shield's not in use anymore, and Snow, I know, is one of the most prolific kind of Shield users, and that does change things up just a little bit.
Yeah, Raptors don't shy away from Subway for sure. They also have a kind of love for Snow Peak. They have played that a little bit already today, so they might opt to go for Subway just to mix things up. But I'm thinking those are probably the top contenders. But then again, like Dead Logic did, Raptors could choose to take a side and start Vogue and force Dead Logic to pick map 2, which can kind of come down to its own little mind game of, you know, who wants the Vogue advantage and who would prefer to just decide what map that advantage will be on.
And it sounds like we might actually be going into the round now, as we try again for round number 4.
Yeah, looks like third time is the charm here, as we see Dead Logic now attacking this East Stables objective.
It's good to hear Dead Logic still in high spirits. You know, they're enjoying their day at the moment. This is, you know, it's always fun to get to play Onward anyway. But you know, this kind of level when, yep, the stakes are high, but that pressure is still fun to play with, really.
Ooh, excellent shots from Snow, take down Messino, but Soldier able to get the refrag, and then Rypick able to take out Navi. And just 30 seconds into the round, we are already sitting at a 3-4 here, with Raptors taking out another. There are now only 2 Dead Logic left. Furious taking some shots onto Rypick's position that do not connect. Moving up to lower dumpster there, while Oaks hangs out down here by the twins and the boulders coming up the hill. He will have marksman to deal with in short order, as well as a long angle from Rypick. And I think Soldier Z is taking the angle they are not going to expect here. Looks like they might catch Oaks unaware as Oaks rotates farther south around the canyon here. And there it is, Oaks. It goes down to Soldier's flank, and we are left with just Furious Daddy hanging out right below Rypick. Gonna hear those callouts from Rypick. Just watching the doorway, looking to see if he comes out. Rypick aware that Furious Daddy is nearby, but doesn't know exactly where.
He's smoking me at stairs here.
Rypick comes out, and the trade comes in. Rypick and Furious Daddy ending the round here. Raptors up with a solid 4-0, taking the first map in short order.
I would just like to point out that on the replay there, you can see Furious Daddy actually lift the gun behind his head to get that kill. Now, I'm not sure if that was desync or if that was just how he was playing, but that was great. That was fantastic. Yeah. Raptors obviously getting their commanding victory for this first map, and that's going to set them in a good standing, really, in getting their and getting for their final chances in the finals. You know, they're now going to be 1 map ahead of Boss Fight, I believe, whilst Beginners still in the lead with their 3 map lead. But you know, Raptors are very quickly kind of catching up with them.
Absolutely. And it looks like we might be rehosting the lobby here to correct some of the technical difficulties we've had. So let's go ahead and cut to a brief intermission, and we will come back to you with what we get for map 2, the final rounds between Raptors and Dead Logic in the day out.
to go.
Welcome back, everyone, to VRML 1, bringing you Raptors taking on Dead Logic, and the second map pick is going to be Snow Peak. And we've seen a lot of this today. Let's hope for a little bit of variation. I'm sure Dead Logic have played this a lot today, so they're going to be pretty well warmed up for this map now.
We do have a southeast spawn coming in from Raptors as they attempt to attack the north hangar objective here. Marksman bringing the drone that worked so well for them on Snow Peak in their first matchup. And he is going wide with it, coming at them from the northwest. Likely not to be spotted out way back here. A well well-planned drone placement is going to be able to notate Snow's and Navi's positions, probably also Furious. It's really just this wide flank from George that is going to come unexpected.
How did I miss all those
And
shots?
he does
I'm trash, bro.
C-Raz, but not quite able to get him picked up. Some support from Rypick does end that flank. We are left with just 4
Yep.
on Dead Logic to defend here.
That was unfortunate, though, for George, as he did have a clear line of sight onto Raz or Rypek's back there, and just wasn't able to connect those shots.
It looks like the drone might still be in the air. Marksman still flying it here.
I'm pushing north side.
Don't know where that thing's gotten off to. Oh, and it has gone right over the OBJ with Navi identifying the drone and picking it out. But with that information, Raptors are likely to know the location of every member of Dead Logic.
Rypick is certainly taking shots onto the general positioning of Dead Logic, which does signify that Marksman may have got some pretty good callouts there. So Dead Logic going to have to shake up their defense just a little bit to be able to throw Raptors off guard.
Yeah, that was a strategy they used very successfully against Boss Fight in the first matchup. That information from Marksman being what enabled their cap to come back from 1-3 and tie things up. The Raptors likely looking to do similar things here, but Oaks, with a well-placed C4, does take out a member of Raptors here, with Navi also taking out Rypick from the same location. Does put Raptors a little more on their back foot. We're down to a 3-4 with Dead Logic in the lead. We have seen Dead Logic play this a fair bit today, and their defense held strong. And they are looking like they are going to continue that tradition here. But Raptors definitely not out of the running, as we now have Marksman rotating in after his drone died. Casino and Soldiers kind of holding back, waiting for the coordination to come in.
With 2 minutes remaining, Raptors do definitely have a good handling on this at the moment. They also need to do is obviously try and get some of these additional picks, but I think with Oaks' position and Furious Daddies, it is going to be somewhat tough, and Soldiers taking shots over from Navi way at the back of the objective there with a real nice line of sight, and there's some tough shots to make.
Yeah, some well-placed smokes, but are just not going to be helpful against Navi's position onto Marksman here. But that also means Navi's not protected from Marksman, and Navi does go down.
130.
It will be a dangerous rotation at this point to go and pick Navi up from any of the remaining Dead Logic members. Furious Daddy has made the cross, and it looks like they are going to go for the res.
And if we do take a look at that laser, you can see Marksman watching that angle like a hawk at the moment. So great revive, used the timing perfect to be able to get that, turning this back into a 4v3.
Yeah, Marksman looking away at just the wrong moment to stop holding that. Soldiers does try to take Oaks out, doesn't quite meet here.
There's one north Hesco.
He called it down. He might have thought he took Oaks out. They certainly don't seem to be expecting these. Oh, but he doesn't take the shots on Messino, and Soldier able to get the kill onto Oaks. Now left with just Snow and Furious left. Messino will be approaching Snow's position very quickly here. But he gets inside. Oh, but Furious Daddy is there to stop it. Soldiers now inside. With Furious down, we can see a cap here. Oh, but the time is out.
Oh, the timing! I was paying attention to Snow. Very well played, really, from Dead Logic, being able to stop that Raptors approach enough to be able to allow that time to run out. Maybe that wasn't part of the plan, but that does just go to show, you know, that's a crucial part of Vault defense, you know, making it difficult for Marsoc to be able to get to the objective.
Yeah, just a little bit too little time left for the cap there. They were tablet out on objective, but they had less than a second left by the time they had their hands on the tablet. And Raptors are fast. They can get caps out quick, but I have never seen anybody cap in less than a second. And just a little bit faster on the push there at the end could have made all the difference.
Just a couple more seconds definitely were needed for the Raptors side there, and maybe the cap would have been able to come out, as Snow was pretty far off from the objective, and as we've seen in previous positions, you know, the cap can come out in less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. The timing was just barely off there. That definitely could have gone a different way. And if they'd been watching the time, they perhaps could have just gone for the kill and gotten a point that way as well. But Dead Logic did an excellent job of just slowing them down just enough to, you know, prevent that cap. And Snow, likely, even though Snow was aware that Furious had gone down, quite probably just opted to not rotate into objective because of the time. She very well could have thought, you know, there's 4 seconds left here and they just made it inside the building. There's no way he's capping here. A risky move, but at this level of play, that's the kind of thought that can go through their mind.
And, you know, that would definitely be a good assumption to make, really. Snow's been around for a very long time, so she's seen a lot of things, and she's a great tactician. You know, she knows when to push and when to kind of play it chill, and she knew very rightly then when to chill. Just looking at the sides here, we have had a drop, and it seems to have been for a good minute or two. So whilst we do find out what's going on there, I'm just going to go to a very short intermission, and we will be bringing you the action back very shortly.
Yes.
Easy going right there.
Welcome back to round number 2 over on VRML 1. We are watching Raptors take on Dead Logic currently, and this is that last round. If you happen to catch it, came down to the wire. Literally, last seconds were the determining factor in who got that point. So Dead Logic now going to have a good amount of momentum going into this round, and hopefully able to even things up in terms of maps.
They're definitely out here to give it their all, give each team a run for their money here. Raptors could be guaranteed a spot if they win this. It's still up in the air. Everything is fluid at this point for who is going to move on. This match and the one between beginners and boss fight are going to be crucial in determining who moves on, and it could come down to points difference on each map or total points gained with all of the maps combined. We could easily be seeing tiebreakers determining, or those type of tie-breaking stats determining who moves on. So Raptors are going to want to put forth every round. They are going to want to give no ground to Dead Logic. We do see a kind of a 2-1-1 split from Dead Logic. We have Snow in the north. We have Furious Daddy heading through the center with a long wraparound from Navi and Oaks in the south here, trying to see if they can identify any defensive positions for Raptors.
I think the question here is going to come down to, did they actually spot soldiers getting into that spot? As we saw, Oaks took that against Boss Fight and got quite a few kills from that bunker area. So hopefully the Dead Logic side is anticipating someone to be there, but I'm not quite sure if they are.
West Mountain.
Soldiers picks up Snow, but Furious Daddy is going to be keenly aware of this position now, and Soldiers still primarily focused in the north. Rypick able to pick out Oaks, bringing us down to a 5v2. Soldiers still not checking behind him, might go down to Furious Daddy here.
Just pre-fire, just pre-fire.
Some shots out from Rypick continue, possibly identifying Navi's position.
What a shot!
Soldiers going to be picked off by Navi while attempting to flash Furious Daddy. Furious able to confirm that kill, bringing us to a 2v4. The remaining Raptors staying tight on their defense. Everyone super close, just making sure that no cap can come in. Raptors well aware that Dead Logic likes to pick apart defensive positions before they move in, so at this point likely just trying to play down the timer before they have to get close and really start the fireworks.
And this is a good defense really from Raptors, holding out and around the objective, just basically as anyone pushes in, they're going to get refragged if they're able to take out a defending member. But they do open themselves up for a little bit of a surrounding attack. If Dead Logic can communicate the positioning of themselves and attack simultaneously from the ice lake, from the tunnels, and from the central area, then Raptors are going to struggle on those refrags.
Shots come in from Navi. probably under Rypik's position. The only one who's kind of peaked here so far. Doesn't connect. We are down to a minute left as Furious Daddy slowly crawls his way across the north shore of the lake.
Navi is...
More shots coming in from Navi, this time going over Messino's head. Rypik identifies Furious Daddy, leaving just Navi left. 40 seconds and a ton of ground to cover. At this point, Raptors could just stay tucked in, but instead, knowing where Navi is, picks Navi off on the attempted push, securing their first point of the map, tying things up 1-1.
Such a hard objective, really, to attack when you're already down a player or two, and the defense is still looking real strong. And that is just the downside to that kind of objective. I mean, we are going to be moving on to a bit more of an open objective, one that we've not seen as of yet today, which is the kind of South Pass. And this one, if a team can cause confusion and distract with smokes and utility usage, generally the cap can come out, because defenders get so strung up on protecting from the garage and the central like U-bend area that you just don't spot that Marsop member coming in.
Yeah, this objective is definitely one that sees a lot of encirclement from Marsok, and it really can depend on the spawn, as you can spawn in the north, but you can also spawn in the southwest. Commonly a kind of a quick spawn for the objective, and if we see Raptors spawn down there, we could see Dead Logic and Raptors clashing in seconds from the beginning. With that, round 3 has begun. We do see a north spawn for Raptors, so not likely to see a lot of very quick action here. We have a drone on the back of Marksman again. Raptors discussing that they have gotten the farthest away spawn that they can possibly get, and so they need to cover ground quickly and not just let Dead Logic set up wherever they want, but that is going to allow them to spread out fairly well, with Navi pushing up into the tunnels and Snow and Oaks being prepared for a garage push here, leaving just Furious Daddy to cover the OBJ directly.
This is a very fluid kind of... I was going to say, it's a very fluid kind of defense from the Dead Logic side, and hopefully they don't get punished for having people so far off the objective. If Furious Daddy is to go down and that U-bend defender is taken out, then the objective is, for all intents and purposes, going to be wide open.
It'll be interesting to see how they pick this apart. The Raptors were originally looking at a 2-2 push, but now Soldiers has kind of moved towards more centrally located as well. Possibly off of information from Marksman, flying the drone around in the back here, giving call-outs when he can.
Anything south?
No encounters just yet. We do have Soldiers coming down to the south to support Rypik and Raz. Again, possibly off of drone information. If Marksman was able to identify that Furious Daddy is the only thing stopping this southwest push, they could be looking at a cap here.
This is certainly looking like a pretty strong attack from the Raptors side, and if Dead Logic are able to take out this south push, though, then Marksman is going to be pretty far out, and we've already seen them run out of time once this round, once this map, and we've seen them come quite low on time as well. So hopefully they don't get defeated by Lady Time herself.
An excellent pickup from Messino. Does down Navi, but doesn't finish off. Threw some shots out. There goes the confirmation there. That is going to provide both teams with a little bit of information. Oaks throwing some fire down onto Rypik's position. Soldiers and Rypik push Furious Daddy simultaneously. That is going to open this up for a cap here. We see Oaks rotating back in to help prevent it. And Snow coming in quick, but Oaks goes down, and Snow is going to be too far away. We could see a cap here.
And this is the exact scenario.
Soldiers on objective, tablet out.
Yep, this is the exact scenario that I was anticipating there. Unfortunately, Snow just too far out, and with Furious Daddy getting taken out early doors and allowing that push from the south, you're going to get punished for that.
An excellent play from Raptors to identify the defensive locations with that drone and really capitalize on that information. And it worked to their advantage in quick fashion with that cap, putting them up a solid 3-1 lead, which is exactly what they're looking for when their results, their ending score here could determine whether they get to move on.
Yeah, and that is the what it's coming down to really on this. Dead Logic are the only people who are standing in between Raptors and that final, really. Depending on how the beginner's boss fight game does go, then this round could determine how it goes for whether Raptors are in or out. And they're coming in for a defensive round, and like anything could happen really, but all they need to do now is just kind of hunker down, get a nice tight defense, cover the garage, cover that south pass, and just keep your defenders on the objective and just keep it tight.
Raptors are in an excellent position here to be able to secure themselves a seed. The going 4-0 is going to be very beneficial when the beginner's boss fight battle over there could also end in a 4-0 for both teams over there. And so that could mean that, again, the score comes down to what the points are in the end. Now, that said, we have begun round 4 here. We did get a kind of a quick spawn here from Dead Logic in the south. We get some very aggressive positioning from Rypik, possibly to help identify any kind of early push coming through here. The remaining Raptors have spread out, all trying to find out that crucial information on where the spawn was.
And if we just take a quick look at the map here, the defense here from Raptors, it's somewhat similar to how Dead Logic were approaching it, but Rypik has been moving around so well and taking these picks that Dead Logic just not able to get that refrag, unfortunately. Snow, though, is only down, and we'll be able to get some call-outs very shortly onto as to where Rypix is, unless he finishes her off like that.
Marksman able to pick up Furious Daddy, and just like that, we are down to one remaining member. Oaks goes down to Rypik, and Raptors have finished the map, taken a commanding 4-1 position against Dead Logic here, and might well have sealed the deal. At this point, it will all come down to whether boss fight or beginners win. If boss fight wins over there, then we should be looking at a boss fight first seed Raptors second seed. If beginners win over there, then we're going to have to do some math, and the points will determine who moves on and who stays behind. At this point, any of the 3 teams in the lead could be out.
Unfortunate for Dead Logic that this happened, but you know it just goes to show Raptors certainly have been putting in some work over this season in terms of their practicing, and they've just excelled when it's come to this game. As you say, we are going to be waiting on bated breath, really, for the final outcome between Boss Fight and Beginners over on the VR Master League, as quite rightfully so. The determining factor there is going to be, you know, if Boss Fight win, they are, I think, pretty much through. Raptors, I think, have more than likely now secured that, depending on the outcome, as you say. So there's a lot of contested opinions at the moment, but on that note, we are going to be finished for the day now on VRML 1, and it's been a very fun day casting these games, and some fantastic games, really. So we can only thank you all for watching, and you know, hopefully we will see you guys again next week when it comes down to the semis and the finals, and we will from that be able to see who's going to take the championship. Any final words from yourself there, Visceral?
I will be throwing a link over to our other channel live as all eyes turn towards Boss Fight and Beginners, who will determine which of the 3 teams still in the lead will be moving on. Well,
again, thank you all for watching, and just a quick final shout out to our sponsors, being ProTube VR, HyperX, VR Cover, Downpour Interactive, VRML themselves, and Nightfire, our resident lead caster. So thank you all again, have a wonderful evening, and hope to see you all over on the VR Master League channel.